What's up, gang? How everybody doing? I hope everybody doing good because I am. Yeah, we back and we laugh. We laugh and we laugh. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Shout out to the new people. Shout out to the whole world that's listening. All right, y'all. Y'all see, this just an open discussion about random topics. You know what I'm saying? Because I got so many things that I want to talk about. You know what I'm saying? Because it's a lot going on in the world right now. It's a lot of breaking news going on. Police just killed another unarmed black man. He get a call, somebody called 911 about a disturbance, and you got a police officer knocking on a person door, and the person opened the door, he just automatically just up and drawed and fired and killed the man. You know what I'm saying? It's just a whole lot of things. And then look, I'm gonna be honest with y'all too. And this is one of the main things I want to talk about too. Let me ask everybody this. Do y'all believe that masonry, the Masons, had something to do with Kenneka death? Y'all answer that for me. Do y'all believe that Freemasonry got something to do with the Kenneka Jenkins death? Because I do. Cause you wanna know why I really said that, gang? And cause this the reason why I said it. It's too many ceremonialities around it. And the things that happen to Kenneka, that what goes on at a Masonic event. Right? Because when I started touching on, you know what I'm saying, the masonry stuff and was getting it right, you know what I'm saying, that's when the trolls were coming out. And I feel like every time when I bring the trolls out, I'm hitting the hammer on top of the nail. This is the reason why I say about the Kenneka Jenkins case and masonry is involved. I ain't gonna just say they might, but they look at the words they was using when it come to the Kenneka Jenkins case, especially Miss Teresa. At first, she said her daughter was sacrificed. Don't nobody, you know what I'm saying, say nothing like that at a tragic event as sacrifice. You know, do anybody know what sacrifice means? I know what it means. Now, this what the mother said. Kenneka wanted to come to the party, to the show, so she sacrificed by being her with Irene. And I'm like, man, what? And then make it so bad. They had all of this stuff set up. The people that were organizing the protest was already in cahoots with the higher up people, right? For a prime example, they already knew who was going to preach at the preacher, who was going to teach, you know what I'm saying? I mean, who was going to do the eulogy at Kenneka funeral. They already had a preacher. Then this preacher was claiming to be an activist. But have you noticed, if you look at the activists that was, you know what I'm saying, they was on the Kenneka Jenkins case, come on now. My eyes is open now. That ain't even the real activist team. So now look, even the pastor at the church said Miss Teresa sacrificed her daughter. That's what he said about Miss Teresa. So if you got a pastor saying Miss Teresa is in a cahoots with the devil, and the devil finna bless her. Now keep this in mind, this the sacrifice. By Kenneka losing her life, Miss Teresa finna have a new shift in her life. And we already know what the new shift is. You know what I'm saying? What a new life is. You got your money. You know what I'm saying? You got what you wanted. And then this lady got the nerve to be using all these Bible quotes. Now I'm glad that, you know what I'm saying, that this lady acting like that she religious. You know what I'm saying? I'm glad that Chosen King done showed pictures of Miss Teresa. You know what I'm saying? I done seen pictures of Miss Teresa was in the lodge, bro. And I was like, when they showed the picture, I'm like, man, nah, that she a usher, you know what I'm saying? Cause the picture she was taking, she was in all white. I never forget that picture. She was in all white, and they all had that little female, you know what I'm saying, female hats on. I synced it. I don't know if y'all synced it, but I synced it. Cause it was in our face. Even Chosen King gotta be Masonic. He got, a masonry. Cause I'm looking at the things that come out his mouth. Just say like look at the words that come out they mouth. It was a sacrifice. They was doing a ritual. You know, people just don't use those types of words. They're just like a gang member, like, let's go sacrifice what you call them. You know what I'm saying? Look, let's do a ritual. You know, nobody don't do that. But the people that understand that. Now look, when it comes to the Kenneka Jenkins death, nobody ain't able to locate this girl in the hotel. There's a building packed full of people. Now these people gave us bogus footage. Out the whole 36-hour footage, right? You don't even got the whole 36-hour footage, really. Cause you got the time skipping every 25 minutes on the 36-hour footage. If you skip 30 minutes, 45 minutes every hour for 36 hours, how many hours that is? How many lost time, you know what I'm saying? That you and then the way the handling of Kenneka case. Look at all the devils she was surrounded. She's surrounded by high power people that's on some corruption. Then you got the own mother on the same corruption. See what I'm saying? Then you got all the friends betray her. Look at all the circle that she was around. Then on top of that, it was dealing with organ harvesting. Now, what if it was one of those rituals, gang? Some kind of ritual happened. Cause they needed actors. Then they using people from the family. Then you got police just drawing up a script so they can have a report to give us. And all these people talking not in their own language. You supposed to have some kind of slang to it, you know what I'm saying? Come on now. I'm like, okay, I see they typed this up for these folks. Then they talking about the people came in to do interviews. How? I ain't see no signature on no statements. I ain't see no interrogation videos or auto recording to hear these things. Cause look at the news today. If somebody get caught and it's going, you know what I'm saying? Somebody commit a crime, right? And it go viral. First thing they finna do is release the interrogation, the body cam. You know what I'm saying? They finna release all that and show everybody what's going on. And then look, this how I know it's Masonic. masonry stuff going on with this. Now I can confirm this. Check this out. Let me give you a rundown on a party where the masonry is like, right? The Royal Order Justice. This what they do. They rent out hotel rooms, right? Ballrooms, hotels and ballrooms. They're gonna rent out the whole floor they gonna be on. Keep that in mind. They gonna rent out the whole floor. It ain't like they finna rent one room and every somebody else's room. That no, they rent it out the whole floor. Whatever floor they on, they rent it out, and they gonna have security tight on those floors, and they gonna control the elevators. They're going to control the movement around the hotel so people won't be suspicious of weird activities going on in the hotel. Now, check this out. This Freemasonry. So when they rent these ballrooms, they hire prostitutes. They bring these prostitutes in. They do drugs. You know what I'm saying? They have orgy parties. All this be recorded in ballrooms. You know what I'm saying? They got secret places and hotels that's off limits that people can go and have private parties. Now look, so they will have people doing what they do in those rooms while they have security and police officers there controlling, you know what I'm saying, the whole hotel while they doing their activities. So what rituals they will be doing, I don't know. I know they're going to have some kind of orgy going on. I know there's going to be some type of drugs involved. Some of the things I found out about the Royal Order Justice, they have sex games that they play. You know what I'm saying? It's like Olympians. It's like a sport sometime. I ain't even looked at sex the way they looking at it. You know what I'm saying? They look at sex like, you know, they might have sex competitions. You know what I'm saying? Who could last the longest, I guess, or who the better performer, or you know who's the freaky and the nastiest. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, but it got to be some freaks. If you in the room full of butt naked people, drugged up, high out your mind, these things do exist. We just don't see these type of things because we is not exposed to it. We is not around these things. You know what I'm saying? But this what these people do. So when they rent out prostitutes, they're going to be in cahoots with gangs. You know what I'm saying? Because not only that, they working with gang members. Because, you know, Freemasonry into killing and violent too. I recently found out, well, I ain't just recently found out, I just recently confirmed what I was looking for when it come to Freemasonry, when it come to Kenneka Jenkins. Because I felt like, man, look, whatever was going on with Kenneka's body, they tampered with it, and Miss Teresa was cool with it. Whatever the story they gave up, Miss Teresa was satisfied with everything. Then she started making Bible quotes. So it started bringing me back to Freemasonry. Because if you got people telling you like, hey, man, look into Freemasonry. Look at some of these rituals. Look at some of these people that's on the footage. You know, these people is earning these people out. Look at the Merles. Look at the Chiefs. You know what I'm saying? Look at the judges. So, you know, I looked into that. And all these people trace back to Freemasonry, bro. And you know what? I don't even check this out. I'm gonna show y'all this. I believe Miss Teresa do know a little something about the Bible. I believe she know who is her really true God is. You know what I'm saying? I really believe it. Because in the beginning, they said the police were there. That sounded strange to us when they were talking about the police was at the party. That was strange to me because that's something new to me. I ain't never seen nothing like that before. You mean tell me police is and you know what I'm saying was at the party? Yep. Drinking and doing drugs. What? For real? This what they were saying. Flirting with the young girls. Now these is young teenage girls. Now that's when it come to prostitution and whoever hiring these girls or supplying these girls, you know what I'm saying? And if you really think about it, 9 times out of 10, it's a pimp somewhere involved in the Kenneka Jenkins case. It's some pimping going on in the Kenneka Jenkins case, right? But let's just say this pimp supply people and he knows some higher up people. And he supply their women's. You know what I'm saying? You know, if you dealing with these type of things, you gonna have to have connection with these type of people, bro. If you want some girls, bro, you gonna have to know some pimps. Or you gonna have to know somebody that gonna exploit these women. You know what I'm saying? Or you gonna have to know, you know what I'm saying? So if you into killing, you gonna have to know people that kill. Cause you know the Masories ain't finna get their hand, you know what I'm saying, dirty when it come to the crime. You know, they'll hire people. Look, I'll pay you this and pay you that. Then I'm gonna cover up. You ain't got to worry about nothing. Hi, y'all. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Now let's get back to room 926. I don't think Kenneka was ever in room 926. I believe she was in another room. They had to book room 926 just for the reenactment and stuff. They had the whole 9th floor booked on one side of the floor. Now, nobody ain't concerned about who booked the other rooms, but they just giving us this credit card report showing that it was only booked in room 926. But it's really showing everybody that, look, these credit cards were also booked with other credit cards too. And the credit card they didn't show us, because they had all these rooms, you know what I'm saying, booked. Where is the other identification, the credit card that booked the rooms and the person information that booked the rooms? You know what I'm saying? And then look, and there's a lot of big pimping going on in Chicago. Miss Teresa used to be y'all know what? You know what I'm saying? She been down before. You know what I'm saying? You can see it in her. She still got the mindset of a young girl, bruh. Miss Teresa still got the mindset of a young girl. Look how the way she texting. She texts like she young. You know what I'm saying? When she around living over, she trying to act like she young. She trying to keep up with these little young girls. And she ain't nothing but a drunk, miserable lady, bro. Then everybody can see the miserable in her eyes. Man, that lady can't even cry if she want to. She more ashamed than anything. So when she got to screaming this but God stuff, man, let's look into Freemasonry. Let's look at some of the riches they do. They rent hotel room, prostitution, do drugs. You know what I'm saying? They got police on payroll, chief, judges, lawyers. They tell they family they going on business trips. They going to meetings. They got to fly to New York. Then when they fly to New York, they got to go to Chicago for charity events. Look what these charity events, you know what I'm saying? Look what it's leading up to. Know what I'm saying? So, this is what I looked into. Y'all, I went into the Bible, right? I went into the Bible. I finally figured out what's going on with the Bible. Y'all remember in my last live, I was like, man, look, y'all, my religious is, you might well say my religious is, it's crusty right now. All that old faith I was talking about, all that old faith that these preachers be preaching in these churches, You know, everybody know how these preachers preach. God gonna do this and God gonna bless you 7 times folds, and you know what I'm saying? And God is an almighty God. God is an all-loving God. And they ain't even talking about the same God that we think it is. I found I found half of the gods on Google. Man, when I listen to Billy Carson, William Cooper, Jordan Maxwell, when I started doing researches on my own, it all makes sense who they were preferred to in the gods. So when it comes to Freemasonry, that's how they run in the world. Cause Satan is the light barrier. He gave knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. So when he gave knowledge and wisdom and understanding, right, so you could have the powers and run the world, you could be rich and you could control people, you could have people, you know what I'm saying, could entertain you, you know what I'm saying, and that's where Freemasonry come in at. That's why they say Lucifer is their God. You dig what I'm saying? So in the beginning, like the Bible said, God created heaven and earth. That ain't the God that we love, the one that we thought we was praising. Them was the spirits that was cast out of heaven when the real, true, mighty, all high God, the most high, when he kicked Lucifer down, he came to earth. And God already, you know what I'm saying, have everything made on earth. He had animals, birds, all of this stuff. Humans and everything. So guess what he did? He cloned Adam and Eve. So he could produce after his likeness, after his kindness. So he could take over the world, wipe out all the humans where the real God created, and let the clones run the world and praise him, and this will be his kingdom here on earth. Look at the temples he built. Look at Freemasonry, how they constructing the world. They control your music. They control your TV shows. They control your history. They could, every lie you was told from birth came from Freemasonry. Everything that come from your pastor in churches came from Freemasonry. That's why I know why the Masonry read cause I was like, do they even read the Bible? They were like, yeah. And I was like, well, why they don't go to church? And why they refer to go to a lodge? And then I was like, well, if it's so secret, what's this the secret? They know who is the gods in the Bible. Cause check this out. Watch this game. And guess what else I found out? You notice in the Bible, it always talk about the mighty men, the rulers, you know, like the kings, the pharaohs. And they'll talk about a few queens. But it was a whole bunch of queens. There was you know what I'm saying? And then some of they same rituals, this is what I'm finna get at. Some of they same rituals, and one of their biggest rituals is sacrifice. It's sacrifice. It's sacrifice. Most of all these gods want sacrifice. And who they want you to sacrifice? Your children. The weakest one. That's the one you sacrifice. So when Miss Teresa got to talking all that old sacrifice, and then when she used them certain Bible quotes, because it ain't the quotes that supposed to heal you. You know what I'm saying? If you look at those quotes that she be quoting out the Bible, Look at the mindset of that. Now, all right, I'm gonna cut the chat off, gang, and let's get to it. All right. I'm gonna take y'all to school with this one. Everybody know about the Anunnaki, right? When you think about the Anunnaki, think about the book of Genesis. Think about the flood. Think about Solomon and Gomorrah. You know what I'm saying? Think about when the angels came down and you know what I'm saying, fraternizing with Sarah and you know what I'm saying, and they come down and destroyed Solomon and Gomorrah. All right? Think about that. These the Anunnaki people. Who is these people? They, if you look at these locations right here, right? These the Anunnaki Empire and the Sumerites. You know what I'm saying? The Sumerians. I can't pronounce their names though. But all right. Hold on, let me go. They is the offspring of An, right? They are the sky gods, the kings of the gods, right? Keep that in mind. This going back way in the beginning. Enlil, him. I'm finna show y'all who he is in the Bible. Let me just click on him right quick. Now look, this the person in the Bible, gang, who they talking about. Y'all know, let there be lights. Come on, let me form man and let us make them in our images. This is him. This is him. Listen to this, gang.
Mythology. Origins myths. Enlil, later known as Elil and Elul, is an ancient Mesopotamian god associated with wind, air, earth, and storms, for he is first attested as the chief deity of the Sumerian pantheon, 5, but he was later worshipped by the Akkadians, Babylonians, Assyrians, and Hurrians. Enlil's primary center of worship was the Eker temple in the city of Nippur, which was believed to have been built by Enlil himself and was regarded as the mooring rope of heaven and earth. He is also sometimes referred to in Sumerian texts as Nunamir. According to one Sumerian hymn, Enlil himself was so holy that not even the other gods could look upon him. Enlil rose to prominence during the 24th century BC with the rise of Nippur. His cult fell into decline after Nippur was sacked by the Elamites in 1230 BC, and he was eventually supplanted as the chief god of the Mesopotamian pantheon by the Babylonian national god Marduk. Enlil plays a vital role in the Eridu Genesis. He separates an heaven from Ki, earth, thus making the world habitable for humans. In the Sumerian flood myth, Enlil rewards Ziusudra with immortality for having survived the flood, and, in the Babylonian flood myth, Enlil is the cause of the flood himself, having.
Y'all heard that? He the one caused it, the flood. He the one caused it, the flood. Ain't this what they said in the Bible, gang? Ain't this what it said in the Bible, right? All right. He is the God of the wind, the earth, the earth, and storms. So let's listen to him, cause this the God that we was praising the whole time. That's why these preachers really just don't be trying to teach the book of they don't be trying to teach the Old Testament like they be trying to pressure that New Testament. Cause I was like, okay, why you got the Old Testament and now you got the Old Testament calling the New Testament? That always confused me. So now look, check this out.
Having sent the flood to exterminate the human race, who made too much noise and prevented him from sleeping. The myth of Enlil and Ninlil is about Enlil's serial seduction of the goddess Ninlil. Enlil is the cause of the flood himself, having sent the flood to exterminate the human race, who made too much noise and prevented him from sleeping.
So that man said, man, y'all disturbing my sleep. I'm finna destroy the world. I'm finna try to destroy all the humans.
Sleeping. The myth of Enlil and Ninlil is about Enlil's serial seduction of the goddess Ninlil in various guises, resulting in the conception of the moon god Nana and the underworld deities Nergal, Nanazu, and Enbilialu. Enlil was regarded as the inventor of the mattock and the patron of agriculture. Enlil also features prominently in several myths involving his son Ninurta, including Anzu and the Tablet of Destinies and Lugail. Etymology, edit. Enlil's name comes from ancient Sumerian En, meaning Lord, and El.
See that? That's where we get Lord from. That's what, man, praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. Y'all know that, praise the Lord. And that's him.
LL, the meaning of which is contentious, 6, 1, 7, and which has sometimes been interpreted as meaning winds as a weather phenomenon, making Enlil a weather and sky god, Lord Wind, or Lord Storm, 8, 2, 3, or alternatively as signifying a spirit or phantom whose presence may be felt as stirring of the air, or possibly as representing a partial Semitic loanword rather than a Sumerian word at all. 9. Enlil's name is not a genitive construction. 10. Suggesting that Enlil was seen as the personification of LL rather than merely the cause of LL. 10. Piotr Steinkeller has written that the meaning of LL may not actually be a clue to a specific divine domain of Enlil's, whether storms, spirits, or otherwise, since Enlil may have been a typical universal god, without any specific domain. 11. Piotr Steinkeller and Piotr Michalowski have doubts about the Sumerian origin of Enlil. 12. They have questioned the true meaning of the name, and identified Enlil with the Eblite word Ililu. 12. As noted by Manfred Krebernick and M. P. Streck, Enlil being referred to as Kurgal, the Great Mountain, in Sumerian texts suggests he might have originated in eastern Mesopotamia. 12. Worship, edit. Modern photograph of the ruins of the Eker Temple at Nippur. Floor plan of the Eker Temple in Nippur. Enlil, who sits broadly on the white dais, on the lofty dais, who perfects the decrees of power, lordship, and princeship, the earth gods bow down in fear before him, the heaven gods humble themselves before him. Sumerian hymn to Enlil, translated by Samuel Noah Kramer, 13.
Damn.
Cuneiform inscription on a diorite mortar from Nippur stating that this was an offering from Gudea to Enlil, circa 2144 to 2124 BC. Enlil was the patron god of the Sumerian city-state of Nippur, 14, and his main center of worship was the Eker Temple located there, 15. The name of the temple literally means mountain house in ancient Sumerian, 16. The Eker was believed to have been built and established by Enlil himself, 16. It was believed to be the mooring rope of heaven and earth, 16, meaning that it was seen as a channel of communication between earth and heaven. 17. A hymn written during the reign of Ur-Nammu, the founder of the third dynasty of Ur, describes the Ekur in great detail, stating that its gates were carved with scenes of Imdugud, a lesser deity sometimes shown as a giant bird, slaying a lion and an eagle snatching up a sinner. 16.
Hey, don't have nobody from the channel. Don't do no blocking, gang. Let everybody speak their piece. You know what I'm talking about? Let everybody speak their piece.
16. The Sumerians believed that the sole purpose of humanity's existence was to serve the gods. 18. 19. They thought that a god statue was a physical embodiment of the god himself. 20. 21. As such, cult statues were given constant care and attention. 22. 20. And a set of priests were assigned to tend to them. 23. People worshipped Enlil by offering food and other human necessities to him. 18. The food, which was ritually laid out before the god's cult statue in the form of a feast. 22. 20. Was believed to be Enlil's daily meal. 18. But, after the ritual, it would be distributed among his priests. 18. These priests were also responsible for changing the cult statue's clothing. 21.
Man, y'all heard that? So this basically the God that we worshiping in the Bible. This is the God that, you know what I'm saying, that set the rules and regulation from the world. Cause it all makes sense when I went to Google Maps and stuff and I started looking into these things, right? Look. This where these people was lodging at. This is their kingdom, bro. And if you look at the layouts of the kingdom, look at the layouts. See that, gang? Man, I wish I could zoom in. Now, look at the people that constructed these stuff. Look how advanced these people were. Cause you could just imagine what it was looking like in this prime. This looked like I bet you any kind of money back in those days, bro. If we had a chance to see this would look like heaven. This would look like heaven. You got these tall buildings. You got these big old sculptures. Bricks. I mean, they ain't using like no nails, no wood. And then look, I see why they got all these rams at the bottom. Right here, look. Man, look, I know it looked like heaven back in those days, cause just imagine that's where Washington, D.C. got the monument from. Cause everybody go to Washington, D.C. and get this. Now I did look this up, you know what I'm saying? And I was like, I want to know why they got this, you know what I'm saying, in Washington, D.C. Cause I read it up, cause the masonry told me this. When I'm looking into Freemasonry stuff, I'm like, well, they got one in Chicago, D.C. And they told me the reason why it was there. All right. All this made out of brick, mud, clay or something. Then they got what they supposed to be like the swimming pool or something, little outdoor pool. And then you could tell, and check this out. I ain't even gonna lie, gang. I do know this. The fallen angels was some tall people. You know what I'm saying? Basically, they was giants. In the Bible, they're gonna tell you the angels and giant. And every time when Hollywood predict an angel, they show y'all how giant an angel will be. So it would make sense to me that why these structures would be so tall and so big. Cause look at the walkway. You know what I'm saying? Look at the windows. You know what I'm saying? Look at the entrance. Man, this house built for a giant, bruh. You know what I'm saying? All right. Come on, man. Bruh. What would they be doing in here? I know they're gonna be worshiping, but there's gonna be a lot of ritual going on. Cause back in those days, they was into cutting up goats, animals. They was sacrificing the animals and stuff. You know what I'm saying? Hmm. So somebody came. You could tell that some people, whoever these people was, somebody came here and started taking stuff. Cause they just like, if you see a house, right, and you could tell if a house been there for thousands of years. Cause just say when the house decay, the junk gonna collapse. You know what I'm saying? And you could see like, oh man, that junk been, been sitting up so long now it collapsed. You could tell people been coming in here stealing and robbing the place. Cause look at all the stuff that's missing from it. You know what I'm saying? Look at all the stuff they took away from it. So look, you got these statues right here, and these could be the actual people. They say angels look like humans. Even in the Bible, when the angel was interacting with humans, they ain't even really know they was angels until they just do something, you know what I'm saying, and expose themselves like, oh man, them people angel way they done purred. So these could be actually the real people, what they actually look like. Cause look, they got stuff, you know what I'm saying? Look how the way they appearance their bodies. Got these stuff coming out their chin. Then they got the hair dresses on. These the only people that I know they were so in advance. You know what I'm saying? These people were so in advance. Look how advanced these folk were. These people came to the earth. So I see why they want us to think these people is aliens. Cause they know the truth. They know these people is the gods that's controlling the earth momentarily. Cause when the Bible say all this gonna be momentary, you know what I'm saying? Before the Christ come back. And we ain't talking about Jesus. Jesus not coming back. You know what I'm saying? Jesus said the Christ is coming back. So boom. Then when I looked at the layout, right? Let's go to some of this shit. Man, come on, bro. I really want to know what this joint really would look like in this prime. You could just imagine that you will have a lot of priests, bishops, everybody catering to the gods. You know what I'm saying? Everybody bringing they bits or they flocks. You know what I'm saying? Everybody coming to hear, to worship this God, cause he gave these people language. You know what I'm saying? Knowledge. And plus, you know what I'm saying? They don't even talk about the people that built this stuff. They don't even they ain't trying to, they acting like they don't have no clue of who built the pyramids. Hmm. Now I know who that is. I know who that is. There he go right there. This the other gods. Right here. And then look how they got them depicted. So what I'm getting out of this what I'm getting out of this is this. Man, this stuff here, this stuff made me want to go over there. Cause now I want to read this language. And if you look at the structure, this got to be made out of clay or brick or something. It look like it's like the way they got it. Like I'm looking at the seams of these cracks. You know how you can make a brick? You know what I'm saying? You can make a brick and put the mold on top of a brick, right? And make a form another brick on top of a brick. And you ain't got the, you know, and you ain't even got the lift no weights, really. You know what I'm saying? All right. This is what it looked like from the top. So all this was his land. Bro, look how big, man, that man, God, dog. Man, that man property big as hell. So let me play Aunt Leah right quick.
21. The Sumerians envisioned Enlil as a benevolent, fatherly deity, who watches over humanity and cares for their well-being. 24. One Sumerian hymn describes Enlil as so glorious that even the other gods could not look upon him. 25. 26. The same hymn also states that, without Enlil, civilization could not exist. 26. Enlil's epithets include titles such as, the Great Mountain, and King of the Foreign Lands. 25. Enlil is also sometimes described as a raging storm, a wild bull, and a merchant. 25. The Mesopotamians envisioned him as a creator, a father, a king, and the supreme lord of the universe. 25. 27. He was also known as Nunamnir. 25. And is referred to in at least one text as the east wind and north wind. 25. Kings regarded Enlil as a model ruler and sought to emulate his example. 28. Enlil was said to be supremely just. 13. And intolerant towards evil. 13. rulers from all over Sumer would travel to Enlil's temple in Nippur to be legitimized. 29. They would return Enlil's favor by devoting lands and precious objects to his temple as offerings. 30. Nippur was the only Sumerian city-state that never built a palace. With a frown. 18. This was intended to symbolize the city's importance as the center of the cult of Enlil by showing that Enlil himself was the city's king. 18. Even during the Babylonian period, when Marduk had superseded Enlil as the supreme god, Babylonian kings still traveled to the holy city of Nippur to seek recognition of their right to rule. 30. Enlil first rose to prominence during the 24th century BC, when the importance of the god began to wane. 31. 32. During this time period, Enlil and An are frequently invoked together in inscriptions. 31. Enlil remained the supreme god in Mesopotamia throughout the Amorite period. 33. With Amorite monarchs proclaiming Enlil as the source of their legitimacy. 33. Enlil's importance began to wane after the Babylonian king Hammurabi conquered Sumer. 34. The Babylonians worshipped Enlil under the name Enlil. 4. And the Hurrians syncretized him with their own god Kamarbi. 4. In one Hurrian ritual, Enlil and Apantu are invoked as the father and mother of Yara. 35. Enlil is also invoked alongside Ninlil as a member of the mighty and firmly established gods. 35. During the Kassite period, circa 1592 to 1155 BC, Nippur briefly managed to regain influence in the region and Enlil rose to prominence once again. 34. From around 1300 BC onwards, Enlil was syncretized with the Assyrian national god Assur. 36. Who was the most important deity in the Assyrian pantheon. 37. Then, in 1230 BC, the Elamites attacked Nippur and the city fell into decline, taking the cult of Enlil along with it. 34. Approximately 100 years later, Enlil's role as the head of the pantheon was given to Marduk, the national god of the Babylonians. 34.
Yeah, no, I ain't
Iconography,
going to no
edit.
goddamn.
Gudea dedication tablet to god Ningirsu. For Ningirsu, Enlil's mighty warrior, his master, Gudea, Ensi of Lagash. Enlil was represented by the symbol of a horned cap, which consisted of up to 7 superimposed pairs of ox horns. 38. Such crowns were an important symbol of divinity. With a frown. 39. 40. Gods had been shown wearing them ever since the 3rd millennium BC. 39. The horned cap remained consistent in form and meaning from the earliest days of Sumerian prehistory up until the time of the Persian conquest and beyond. 39. 21. The Sumerians had a complex numerological system, in which certain numbers were believed to hold special ritual significance. 41. Within this system, Enlil was associated with the number 50, which was considered sacred to him. 42. Enlil was part of a triad of deities, which also included En and Enki. 43, 44, 45, 46. These 3 deities together were the embodiment of all the fixed stars in the night sky.
So they got to be the 3 kings right there. You know what I'm saying? Look, I believe in God too. Look, I believe in God, bro. You know what I'm saying? Well, I need to change that name of God to the creator, the real, true creator. Cause my whole life, you mean to tell me my whole life I will worship him? These people as gods? You know what I'm saying? We really worshiping these people. And these the same gods that was trying to wipe out humans. You know what I'm saying? Look. You still think God, you really still think that God made Adam and Eve out of this? Look. Let's go back to who? To him. One of these gods made Adam and Eve. Cause it's many of them. Just say like, and Raw here. Here go the other gods. They depicted him as blue. This the one that when you say amen, you praising him. So when you say amen, you praising him. Then you praising him and you praising the Lord. And he's the Lord in the Bible. You know what I'm saying? They simply said, this is Lord. This and Raw. Listen, and this his temple that I took y'all to. This his temple right here. So this where he was dwelling at. So this where he stayed at when he was here on the earth. Hold on, let me get a good one in. Let me see. Bruh, look at this, bruh. So when I see this, I can't do nothing but think like, man, look, these angels could have been black too. These angels could have been black. You know what I'm saying? To clone us. Cause you know what I'm saying? If you black and have a black baby, you just gonna have a black baby. You ain't gonna have no other race of babies, right? Is that the main reason why black people get so much, you know what I'm saying, feedback? Cause we already know that we are a part of gods. And some of us think we are gods. You know what I'm saying? Now I can see why they would say that, because we did come from God. That's probably why we the chosen one. To be honest with you, because I can't do nothing but see it like that now. You see what I'm saying? Because I'm looking at the images. Who carved it? Who was the artist? You know what I'm saying? Because if they got this, believe me, they got pictures, bro. I'm talking about you don't need no statue, no stone carvings, like a real picture. I mean, you got painters. They could paint you in exact your image. So I'm looking at the skin color. You know what I'm saying? There he go. And keep this in mind. Y'all know these gods gonna be related. Cause they the offspring. So they ain't number brothers. You know what I'm saying? And they weren't getting along. It just say like, and now they just say like, if you get into it with your brother, you could kill your brother. You know what I'm saying? And all this old stuff. And I don't think they can kill each other. Cause both of them got equal powers. They just like, that's why Hollywood be coming out with these characters. And it's hard to kill these characters. You know what I'm saying? They never can't kill each other. You know what I'm saying? But they could use all their powers and all this stuff. So boom. This who you gonna be seeing. So they're just like, you at his crib, and this would be they pictures on the wall. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, this my brother and his wife. You know what I'm talking about? This could be this kind of way. This could be a way of them putting pictures on their wall. You know what I'm saying? Man, these folk came and just ramshacked this joint. Man, I could just imagine all the stuff they got out of here. Man, cause look, man, what? Is that a what? Is these houses people staying here? So they were true like Billy Clausen said. Cause he said when they had these people building this stuff, these people stayed on the job site. They had so it makes sense. So everybody damn near stayed close to him and was praising him. So they started growing their food, raising their animals, and they was feeding him. You know what I'm saying? Treating him like God. So now see why the church keeping their tradition alive with the tithing now. That's where tithing come in at. And then these statues big as hell. Hi y'all, appreciate the cash out gang, y'all. Appreciate the cash out gang. All right. Hold on, y'all. So these is streaks nearby. So they already got everything they need out the tombs. That's why the US government, they ain't even concerned about religion no more. You know what I'm saying? They ain't even concerned about religion because it's like they trying to keep up what he got going on.
47, 45, and was identified with all the stars of the equatorial sky, Enlil with those of the northern sky, and Enki with those of the southern sky. 47, 45. The path of Enlil's celestial orbit was a continuous, symmetrical circle around the north celestial pole. 48. But those of En and Enki were believed to intersect at various points. 49. Enlil was associated with the constellation Boötes. 25. Mythology, edit. Origins Myths, edit. Main article, Eridu Genesis. The main source of information about the Eridu Genesis myth is the prologue to the epic poem Gilgamesh, Enkidu, and the Netherworld, ETCSL 1.8.1.4, 50, which briefly describes the process of creation. Originally, there was only Namu, the primeval sea. 51. Then, Namu gave birth to En, the sky, and Ki, the earth. 51. And Ki mated with each other, causing Ki to give birth to Enlil. 51. Enlil separated En from Ki and carried off the earth as his domain, while En carried off the sky. 52. Enlil marries his mother, Ki, and from this union all the plant and animal life on earth is produced.
What? Man, that just blew me away, bruh. Now, I didn't know this. Then I started looking into female gods. So look, I started looking into female gods, right? And bruh, this finna blow y'all mind. Cause they didn't tell y'all when it come to the pharaohs, they never talk about the pharaoh wives, the king wives, and all that old stuff. They'll tell you about they little you know what they call it, they housemaids and stuff, you know what I'm saying? So I'm looking at this female goddess, you know what I'm saying? And look, and she's the daughter of Thoth. Him. Ooh wee. So check this out.
Produced, 53. Enlil and Ninlil, ETCSL 1.2.1, is a nearly complete 152-line Sumerian poem describing the affair between Enlil and the goddess Ninlil. 54, 55. First, Ninlil's mother Nunbarshigunu instructs Ninlil to go bathe in the river. 56. Ninlil goes to the river, where Enlil seduces her and impregnates her with their son, the moon god Nana. 55. Because of this, Enlil is banished to Kur, the Sumerian underworld. 55. Ninlil follows Enlil to the underworld, where he impersonates the man of the gate. 57. Ninlil demands to know where Enlil has gone, but Enlil, still impersonating the gatekeeper, refuses to answer. 57. He then seduces Ninlil and impregnates her with Nergal, the god of death. 58. The same scenario repeats, only this time Enlil instead impersonates the man of the river of the netherworld, the man-devouring river. Once again, he seduces Ninlil and impregnates her with the god Nanazu. 59. Finally, Enlil impersonates the man of the boat. Once again, he seduces Ninlil and impregnates her with Enbilyulu, the inspector of the canals. 60. The story of Enlil's courtship with Ninlil is primarily a genealogical myth invented to explain the origins of the moon god Nana, as well as the various gods of the underworld. 54. But it is also, to some extent, a coming-of-age story describing Enlil and Ninlil's emergence from adolescence into adulthood. 61. The story also explains Ninlil's role as Enlil's consort. In the poem, Ninlil declares, "As Enlil is your master, so am I also your mistress." 62. The story is also historically significant because, if the current interpretation of it is correct, it is the oldest known myth in which a god changes shape. 54. Flood myth, edit. In the Sumerian version of the flood story, ETCSL 1.7.4, the causes of the flood are unclear because the portion of the tablet recording the beginning of the story has been destroyed. 63. Somehow, a mortal known as Zayusadra manages to survive the flood, likely through the help of the god Enki. 64. The tablet begins in the middle of the description of the flood. 64. The flood lasts for 7 days and 7 nights before it subsides. 65. Then, Utu, the god of the sun, emerges. 65. Zayusadra opens a window in the side of the boat and falls down prostrate before the god. 65. Next, he sacrifices an ox and a sheep in honor of Utu. 65. At this point, the text breaks off again. 65. When it picks back up, Enlil and An are in the midst of declaring Zayusadra immortal as an honor for having managed to survive the flood. The remaining portion of the tablet after this point is destroyed. 65. In the later Akkadian version of the flood story, recorded in the Epic of Gilgamesh, Enlil actually causes the flood. 66. Seeking to annihilate every living thing on Earth because the humans, who are vastly overpopulated, make too much noise and prevent him from sleeping. 67. In this version of the story, the hero is Utnapishtim. 68. Who is warned ahead of time by Ea, the Babylonian equivalent of Enki, that the flood is coming. 69. The flood lasts for 7 days. When it ends, Ishtar, who had mourned the destruction of humanity. 70. Promises Utnapishtim that Enlil will never cause a flood again. 71. When Enlil sees that Utnapishtim and his family have survived, he is outraged. 72. But his son Ninurta speaks up in favor of humanity, arguing that, instead of causing floods, Enlil should simply ensure that humans never become overpopulated by reducing their numbers using wild animals and famines. 73. Enlil goes into the boat, Utnapishtim and his wife bow before him. 73. Enlil, now appeased, grants Utnapishtim immortality as a reward for his loyalty to the gods. 74. Chief God and Arbitrator, edit. Plucks at the roots, tears at the crown, the pickaxe spares the plants. The pickaxe, its fate is decreed by Father Enlil, the pickaxe is exalted. Enlil's invention of the pickaxe, translated by Samuel Noah Kramer. 75. A nearly complete 108-line poem from the early dynastic period, circa 2900 to 2350 BC.
This sound like that just broke down the story of Noah and the real reason why he was spurred. You know what I'm saying? Now all these pastors that be preaching in these churches, you know they had to go to school for that, right? And you mean to tell me they don't know none of this? I guess they just gave them a book, the Bible, and say just read it and memorize it. You know what I'm saying? If you compare TD Jakes to teaching like this, it's nowhere close near to this. Joel Augustine teaching nowhere near to this. You Jimmy Swagger, goddammit. Who else that's out here that's preaching on these TVs and stuff? It's like they keeping the law alive of what he created because it generate their money. You got people bringing you gifts, presents, praising. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? They want the powers. So it just broke down Noah's, you know what I'm saying, situation on my end. Cause it just broke it down to me. Cause now I understand why they building the Tower of Babel, why he had to change the languages, you know what I'm saying, why he, you know what I'm saying, try to get back up there to build the biggest tower in the world to reach the heavens.
BC describes Enlil's invention of the mattock, 76, 77, a key agricultural pick, hoe, axe, or digging tool of the Sumerians, 78, 77. In the poem, Enlil conjures the mattock into existence and decrees its fate, 79. The mattock is described as gloriously beautiful. It is made of pure gold and its head is carved from lapis lazuli, 79. Enlil gives the tool over to the humans, who use it to build cities, 75. Subjugate their people, 75, and pull up weeds, 75. Enlil was...
Oh, whoa, now. Pulling up the weeds. I want to know is they talking about that ganja, cause this what else I figured out too. Man, did y'all know marijuana grow wild? I'm talking about wild. I'm talking about wild in Africa, right? You know how like if just say like everybody know that if you take a road trip, right? You know what I'm saying? You riding on the highway, you know, you're gonna ride by wheat fields, cotton fields, corn fields, stuff like that. In Africa, man, you'll be riding down the street and you got weeds growing in folks' yards. You know what I'm saying? You got, bruh, the weed grow like grass out there. Put it like that. It grow like grass. And then in Afghanistan, that's where all the opioids at. The heroin, you know what I'm saying? All the things, you know what I'm saying? You know, like the oxycontins, you know what I'm saying? It come from over there in Afghanistan. And it grow wild over there. And I started looking, I said, let me see where is the biggest, you know what I'm saying, opium plants in the world. And it took me over there in Afghanistan. And I said, man, that's probably why they was over there going to war over there. Cause the minute they went to war over there, that's all of a sudden that they pushing these painkiller pills on us. That's when they start giving people bars and oxycodone and you know what I'm saying. Cause to me, it's like they got control of the crop, the plants. Now they already got the history, the knowledge of the ancient gods. That's how they so in advance. Look how the United States way ahead of its time. Man, we got the baddest military in the world. Where do you think they got the knowledge from? You see what I'm saying? Why you think nobody ain't messing with the United States? Because the people that run the states is from over there. They from over there. So they already knew this when they came over here. So what they had to do is Get people over here, bring them over here so they can civilize people they way. You know what I'm saying? Have everybody with jobs. Cause look, in the United States, everybody look, they want everybody to have jobs, pay taxes, pay rent. You know what I'm saying? Basically, we living our life. You know what I'm saying? Is working and praising these people. You know what I'm saying? They own every major company. Everything you got on is made by them. Your shoes, your clothes, your car, your house, your grass, your meat, your food you eat. You know what I'm saying? Man, these folk control every little bit of our lives, bro. And then don't want to tell us who he is. That's one of the reasons I can see now why they don't want to tell who is these black people. What are their original names? You know what I'm saying? Where are they originally from? Black people is the only place that, you know what I'm saying, that nobody don't know where we from. They said we from Africa. You know what I'm saying? Everybody else got a footprint in they, you know, on their land. You got the Chinese over here, you know, you got the Arabs over here, you got the Africans over here. But we the race that we just scatter out. And we ain't even just really got no land that we settle on. So we might just be immigrants. And the people don't want to tell us, yeah, you know, y'all come from the gods, don't it? And then they'll get spooked, be like, well, these people gonna be really thinking they gods now. Now they gonna think they really own the world. Because our ancestors did roam the world. That's probably why they never argue about, you know what I'm saying, where all this stuff come from. Who's the real God?
Was believed to aid in the growth of plants. 78. The Sumerian poem Enlil chooses the farmer god, ETCSL 5.3.3, describes how Enlil, hoping to establish abundance and prosperity, creates two gods Amesh and Enten, a shepherd and a farmer, respectively.
See that? Prosperity. That's why we got prosperity teachers. All these preachers is prosperity teaching, bruh.
Respectively. 80. The two gods argue and Amesh lays claim to Enten's position. 81. They take the dispute before Enlil, who rules in favor of Enten wink with a frown. 82. The two gods rejoice and reconcile. 82. Ninurta myths, edit. Ninurta with his thunderbolts pursues Anzu, who has stolen the Tablet of Destinies from Enlil's sanctuary. Austin Henry Laird Monuments of Nineveh, 2nd Series, 1853. In the Sumerian poem Lugail, ETCSL 1.6.2, Enlil gives advice to his son, the god Ninurta, advising him on a strategy to slay the demon Asag. 83. This advice is relayed to Ninurta by way of Sherer, his enchanted talking mace, which had been sent by Ninurta to the realm of the gods to seek counsel from Enlil directly. 83. In the Old, Middle, and Late Babylonian myth of Anzu and the Tablet of Destinies, the Anzu, a giant, monstrous bird, 84, betrays Enlil and steals the Tablet of Destinies. 85. A sacred clay tablet belonging to Enlil that grants him his authority. 86. While Enlil is preparing for a bath. 87. The rivers dry up and the gods are stripped of their powers. 87. The gods send Adad, Gira, and Shera to defeat the Anzu. 87. But all of them fail. 87. Finally, Ea proposes that the gods should send Ninurta. Enlil's son. 87. Ninurta successfully defeats the Anzu and returns the Tablet of Destinies to his father. 87. As a reward, Ninurta is granted a prominent seat on the Council of the Gods. 87. War of the Gods, edit. A badly damaged text from the Neo-Assyrian period, 911 to 612 BC, describes Marduk leading his army of Anunnaki into the sacred city of Nippur and causing a disturbance. 88. The disturbance causes a flood. 88. which forces the resident gods of Nippur under the leadership of Enlil to take shelter in the Eshemesha temple to Ninurta. 88. Enlil is enraged at Marduk's transgression.
Damn, that junk right here. That junk right here. Man, what's this? Man, I don't know. I want to know, do these people be walking around looking like this? They had to be. Just imagine when they do their little ceremonies and everybody dressed up like this. Man, I'd be scared as hell. And I'd be traumatized. You know what I'm talking about? Everybody got eagle head helmets on. Then you got him over here, he got a bird head on. Man. And then, and check this out. They even had light bulbs back in these days. They had light bulbs. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to show them to y'all, though, guys. I'm going to show them to y'all. But here we go. This is what they do. They done built this stuff, bro, and I want to know, how did they do it? Where are the tools? The machinery? Did they use machinery? Like, you know what I'm saying? I know they ain't using no bare hands. And this, and I see why they would build it out of this kind of material, because this material is gonna be on this world forever. Ain't like it's gonna, you know what I'm saying, decay and rust or anything. It's always gonna stay intact. You know what I'm saying? So ain't like a wooden house that a house will get old and they'll just collapse, the wood or break, and you know what I'm saying? And then you got animals, bugs and insects will eat up the woods, and you know what I'm saying, and the grass will grow through the house, and none of this with that. None of this don't even have none of that with this. Man, they got, what this supposed to be, like a little jail or something? You know what I'm saying? Man, they even have, and you know they got to have exotic animals. If that's the case, these people would be walking around the palace with exotic animals like dogs on leashes, on gold leashes. They got the they know how to train the animals, because you could just, you know, the circus can do it, can train elephants, tigers, and all this. Just imagine what these people had these animals doing. Man, what's that in his hand? Man, I want to know what's that in his hand. And look who he's standing next to. Boom. And then these people in the middle of the desert. I'm talking about in the middle of the desert. Now, I want to know Where all the animals at now? Cause I don't see no tigers and stuff running around, you know what I'm saying? And no wild beasts. You still got scavengers and stuff, but you know what I'm saying? Hmm. Play some of this again, cause this got me interested now.
Eshemesha Temple to Ninurta, 88. Enlil is enraged at Marduk's transgression and orders the gods of Eshemesha to take Marduk and the other Anunnaki as prisoners. 88. The Anunnaki.
Bruh, I was right when I seen the prison doors on that junk. Cause I was like, I just said that, bruh. So, that's where I just said that. See, they got to be jail. Man, they got to be jail, but it probably where they had his ass at. In here.
Anunnaki are captured. 88. But Marduk appoints his frontrunner Mushtashureblam to lead a revolt against the gods of Eshemesha. 89. And sends his messenger Neratagmil to alert Nabu, the god of literacy. 89. When the Eshemesha gods hear Nabu speak, they come out of their temple to search for him. 90. Marduk defeats the Eshemesha gods and takes 360 of them as prisoners of war, including Enlil himself. 90. Enlil protests that the Eshemesha gods are innocent. 90. So Marduk puts them on trial before the Anunnaki. 90. The text ends with a warning from Damkiana, another name for Ninhursag, to the gods and to humanity, pleading them not to repeat the war between the Anunnaki and the gods of Eshemesha. 9. Khonsu's name means traveler and therefore reflects the fact that the moon, referred to as Ea in Egyptian, travels across the night sky. He was also referred to by the titles Embracer, Pathfinder, Defender, and Healer, and was thought to watch over those who travel at night. As the god of light in the night, Khonsu was invoked to protect against wild animals, and aid with healing. It was said that when Khonsu caused the crescent moon to shine, women conceived, cattle became fertile, and all nostrils and every throat were filled with fresh air. Attributes, edit. Painting depicting Khonsu in the tomb of Monteherkapesh, Valley of the Kings, Western Thebes. Khonsu, the ancient Egyptian moon god, was depicted either as a falcon wearing the moon disk on his head, left, or as a human child. In art, Khonsu is typically depicted as a mummy with the symbol of childhood, a side lock of hair, as well as the Manat necklace with crook and flail. He has close links to other divine children such as Horus and Shu. He was also portrayed with the head of a falcon and like Horus, with whom he is associated as a protector and healer, adorned with the moon disk and crescent moon. 1. Part of a series on Ancient Egyptian Religion. Show. Beliefs. Show. Practices. Il and his name, enhancing his strength, endurance. Khonsu appears as a character in Marvel Comics, where the spelling of his name was changed to Khonshu. In the comics, the character Moon Knight is the avatar of Khonshu and is also known as the Fist of Khonshu. For Khonshu grants the protagonist Mark Spector supernatural abilities to fight evil in his name, enhancing his strength, endurance, and reflexes depending upon the phases of the moon, but also slowly drives him insane. Khonshu's nature changes depending on the writer. Doug Moench portrays Khonshu as a neutral figure, but later writers make him more active and malicious. It is
And that's why Hollywood be making these movies, bruh. That's where they be getting these characters from, bruh. He appeared as a character in the modern comic book. In the Marvel comic book.
is often implied that this Khonshu is not a supernatural being at all, but a mental construct of Mark Spector, a hallucination, an alternate or dissociative personality, or a malicious alien parasite. 5. During Volume 2, Moon Knight is given special weapons by the cult of Khonshu. 6. Khonshu also appears in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, MCU, television series Moon Knight, voiced by F. Murray Abraham. 7. In the
Now see that how Hollywood making these shows, making these movies off this stuff, bruh. And people paying money to go see these lies, bruh, and making it entertainment. Man, I'm so pissed off with Hollywood, bruh, cause if you look at all Hollywood symbols, they got all the symbols in their movies.
The film series Night at the Museum, Khonshu is the source of the magical tablet of Akhmenra, which brings the museum exhibits to life each night. In the story of Night at the Museum, Secret of the Tomb, the golden tablet was created by the high priest of the temple of Khonshu using Khonshu's magic. The tomb of Akhmenra was designed to channel Khonshu's rays, moonlight.
Bro, y'all see how all this stuff right here is close together? Mmm. Hoppetet the third. Ah. Damn, they go to Valley of Kings. I got to go to that, John. Oh, they got his tomb right here, too. So that mean, wait a minute now. Why they got tombs? They must ain't got eternal life. This the Valley of the Kings. Man, this in the... So what did they eat? What was their source of food? I can't even zoom in, gang. I wish I could zoom in. I want to see like bedrooms. I want to see like toilets. You know, the dining area, the ballroom, you know, the courtyard. That's the stuff I want to see. And then I'm looking at these people, an image on the walls. You know what I'm saying? Them got to be, man. I'm speechless right now, gang. And this what I be trying to figure out when they do be showing us these type of pictures. Why is they always line up? They don't just show you like the full body. They always, you know what I'm saying? It's like always to the side. It's always one side of their body. You know what I'm saying? And then when you look at their facial, if you look at their facial features, you know what I'm saying? Some of them even look kind of strange. So if they got all these birds, where all these birds at now? All the animals they eat, he gonna be everywhere. I see why he gonna be all through these. He even got the snake on top of his head. So I know who that is with the snake on top of his head. Look, remember in the Adam and Eve story, the serpent, you know what I'm saying? He the one that's gonna have the snake on his head, bro. So boom, it makes sense why he went and told Eve what was going on because when he told Eve, he had to have sex with Eve, you know what I'm talking about? And enlighten her on what's going on behind his brother back. And that's why they got in the war and started going against each other. And they had to keep Adam and Eve out the garden. Cause now they smart, you know what I'm saying? Now they got knowledge. Now they see, oh, I see what y'all running the scam on us. So these people could carve through mountains. They go to baboon. All right. I just recently talked about this baboon. Who was that? Thoth, I believe. Thoth is the one that symbolized himself as the baboon, I believe. Let me see. It's one it's one yeah, right here. Here you go. I told y'all, bruh. The baboons. So that's probably why, you know what I'm saying, when since he symbolizing from the monkey family, y'all think about this. I might quote it wrong. Cause I already know, you know, when white people, when racist white people, they be calling us monkeys. And then even once upon a time, they even said we even came from monkeys. And I always want to know, I'm like, well, I wonder why they say we came from monkeys. Then when you actually look at a monkey do have like a human body. It's like a human body on steroids. But the only difference is a monkey just, you know what I'm saying, just look different from a human. And he just got hair all over his body. And he could just walk on all fours. So if he's symbolizing the baboon, you know what I'm saying, that's probably one of the reasons why they'll call us a monkey. So let's go to Thoth, goddammit.
Thoth, from Koine Greek, theta theta th teach, borrowed from Coptic, Thout, Egyptian, WTJ, the reflex of WTJ, he, is like the ibis, is an ancient Egyptian deity. In art, he was often depicted as a man with the head of an ibis or a baboon, animals sacred to him. His feminine counterpart was Seshet and his wife was Ma'at, too. He was the god of the moon, wisdom, knowledge, writing, hieroglyphs, science, magic, art and judgment. Thoth's chief temple was located in the city of Hermopolis, ancient Egyptian, MNW/Kayamena/ Egyptological pronunciation, Kemenu, Coptic, Shmun. Later known as El Ashmunian in Egyptian Arabic, the temple of Thoth was mostly destroyed before the beginning of the Temple of Thoth was mostly destroyed before the beginning of the Christian era.
Man, that motherfucker right here. No wonder I'm on his property. Oh yeah, let me get down to the nitty-gritty, goddamn.
Temple of Thoth was mostly destroyed before the beginning of the Christian era. Its very large pronaos was still standing in 1826, but was demolished and used as fill for the foundation of a sugar factory by the mid-19th century. 3-4. Thoth played many vital and prominent roles in Egyptian mythology, such as maintaining the universe, and being one of the two deities, the other being Ma'at, who stood on either side of Ra's solar bark. 5. In the later history of ancient Egypt, Thoth became heavily associated with the arbitration of godly disputes. 6. The arts of magic, the system of writing, and the judgment of the dead. 7. Name, edit. Though out, Thoth du Foie Grand, Le Second Hermes, N372.2a, Brooklyn Museum. The Egyptian pronunciation of WTY is not fully known, but may be reconstructed as *iot, perhaps pronounced *ti.how.t, or *ci.how.t. This reconstruction is based on the ancient Greek borrowing Thoth, tt, or Thut, and the fact that the name was transliterated into Sahidic Coptic variously as Thout, Thoth, Thut, Thought, Tautos, Tau Alpha Alpha Upsilon Tau Omicron, Thor, Theta Omega Omega Rho, as well as Bohairic Coptic Thout. These spellings reflect known sound changes from earlier Egyptian, such as the loss of palatalization and merger of with HIE initial THT. 8. The loss of pre-Coptic final Y/J is also common. 9. Following Egyptological convention, which eschews vowel reconstruction, the consonant skeleton WTY would be rendered Jehudi, and the god is sometimes found under this name. However, the Greek form Thoth is more common. According to Theodor Hopfner, 10, Thoth's Egyptian name written as WTY originated from W, claimed to be the oldest known name for the ibis, normally written as HBJ. The addition of Tai denotes that he possessed the attributes of the ibis. 11. Hence Thoth's name would mean, he who is like the ibis, according to this interpretation. Other forms of the name WTY using older transcriptions include Jehudi, Jehudi, Tehudi, Tehudi, Zehudi, Techu, or Tetu. Multiple titles for Thoth, similar to the pharaonic titulary, are also known, including A. Sheps, Lord of Kemenu, Aston, Kendi, Mehi, Hab, and On. 12. In addition, Thoth was also known by specific aspects of himself, for instance the moon god Ea Jehudi, J3W.Tai, 13, representing the moon for the entire month. 14, 15. The Greeks related Thoth to their god Hermes due to his similar attributes and functions. 16. One of Thoth's titles, thrice great, was translated to the Greek Tau Rho Iota Sigma Mu Gamma Iota Sigma Tau Omicron, Trismegistos, making Hermes Trismegistus, 1718. Depictions, edit. Relief in the temple of Seti I, Abydos, of Thoth giving the Ankh to Pharaoh Seti I. Thoth has been depicted in many ways depending on the era and on the aspect the artist wished to convey. Usually, he is depicted in his human form with the head of a green ibis. 19. In this form, he can be represented as the reckoner of times and seasons by a headdress of the lunar disk sitting on top of a crescent moon resting on his head. When depicted as a form of shoe or anchor, he was depicted to be wearing the respective god's headdress. Sometimes he was also seen in art to be wearing the Atef crown or the double crown of Upper and Lower Egypt. 11. When not depicted in this common form, he sometimes takes the form of the ibis directly. 19. He also appears as a dog-faced baboon or a man with the head of a baboon when he is on, the god of equilibrium. 20. In the form of Ajahuti, he took a more human-looking form. 21. These forms are all symbolic and are metaphors for Thoth's attributes. Thoth is often depicted holding an ankh, the Egyptian symbol for life. Thoth depicted with a book and stylus, and a moon crown. Attributes, edit. Thoth depicted with the moon disk on his head in KV9, Tomb of Ramesses V. Thoth's roles in Egyptian mythology were many. He served as scribe of the gods. 22. Credited with the invention of writing in Egyptian hieroglyphs. 23. In the underworld, Duat, he appeared as an ape, Uni, the god of equilibrium, who reported when the scales weighing the deceased's heart against the feather, representing the principle of Ma'at, was exactly even. 20.
Man, that's probably where they getting these movie Planet of the Apes. You know what I'm saying? That's probably why they came with the Planet of the Apes, bro. Hi y'all, what's up y'all? What going on? Yeah, we just hanging out, having a little live chat, you know what I'm saying? Getting some of this knowledge, get some of this tea.
24. The ancient Egyptians regarded Thoth as one, self-begotten, and self-produced. 19. He was the master of both physical and moral, i.e. divine, law. 19. Making proper use of Ma'at. 25. He is credited with making the calculations for the establishment of the heavens, stars, earth. 26. And everything in them. 25. The Egyptians credited him as the author of all works of science, religion, philosophy, and magic. 27. The Greeks further declared him the inventor of astronomy, astrology, the science of numbers, mathematics, geometry, surveying, medicine, botany, theology, civilized government, the alphabet, reading, writing, and oratory. They further claimed he was the true author of every work of every branch of knowledge, human and divine.
See that? Nah. These is the gods in the Bible. I ain't even know this. They had me believing the Bible was speaking on one God, the Holy Spirit, you know what I'm saying, and Jesus is the way. But clearly, it's more than one God that these people praising in the Bible. They just told you the Greeks got all the astronomy, the magic, the mathematics, the geometry, the surveys, the medicine, you know what I'm saying? The Greeks got it. That's why the Greeks started changing a lot of stuff in the Bible, bro. That's why you got it, you know, that's why you got, yeah, this word means in Latin, this word is Greek, this word is Hebrew. Then they added the letter J in the alphabet not too long ago.
Divine, 23. Mythology, edit. Egyptian mythology credits Thoth with the creation of the 365-day calendar.
See that?
Originally, according to the myth, the year was only 360 days long and Nut was sterile during these days, unable to bear children. Thoth gambled with the moon for 1/72 of its light, 360 of 72 equals 5, or 5 days, and 1. During these 5 days, Nut and Geb gave birth to Osiris, Set, Isis, and Nephthys, 28, 29, 30. In the central Osiris myth, Thoth gives Isis the words to restore her husband, allowing the pair to conceive Horus. Following a battle between Horus and Set, Thoth offers counsel and provides wisdom. History, edit. Detail from the Papyrus of Hunfer, circa 1275 BC, depicts the jackal-headed Anubis weighing a heart against the feather of truth on the scale of Mot, while ibis-headed Thoth records the result. Having a heart equal to the weight of the feather allows passage to the afterlife, whereas an imbalance results in a meal for Ammit, the chimera of crocodile, lion, and hippopotamus. Thoth was a moon god. The moon not only provides light at night, allowing time to still be measured without the sun, but its phases and prominence gave it a significant importance in early astrology/astronomy. The perceived cycles of the moon also.
Man, that's how them folk know how to build those pyramids and they line them up with the stars and stuff. And then they building this stuff in the middle of a desert. You know what I'm saying? I ain't seeing no grass growing. I see a couple of trees here and there. But I'm like, how these people is actually surviving though? Like, what is, you know what I'm saying? What is, and then how they get around? If they got all this technology, you best believe they ain't doing too much walking when they traveling. Cause I done found railroads in Africa and everything.
Also organized much of Egyptian society's rituals and events, both civil and religious. Consequently, Thoth gradually became seen as a god of wisdom, magic, and the measurement and regulation of events and of time. 31. He was thus said to be the secretary and counselor of the sun god Ra, and with Ma'at, truth/order, stood next to Ra on the nightly voyage across the sky.
They talking about him. Amun Ra, that's him right here who they talking about. And then I ain't even know it was plenty feet. These people were married and they wives was powerful women. You know what I'm saying? In the Bible, when it comes to the Bible, it don't just really talk about these powerful queens. Cause I always want to know where Queen Sheba come from and who was her cousin, her husband, and you know what I'm saying, how she get the status of the queen. Cause everybody that had power in the book of Genesis, not in the book of Genesis, but in the Old Testament, man, they knew these people was from another world. They knew these people were from another world, bro. That's why they were asking these people like, tell me something about the future. You know what I'm saying? And these people basically like psychics. You know what I'm saying? That's how psychic would be coming into play, because these people know the universe. They helped created the universe. They could be fortune tellers too. And there's a lot of that was going on in the Bible. Cause now I see where they got these tarot cards from. Cause these people from these different planets could do that. They can interpretate your dreams. You know what I'm saying? Like, they had people interpretate dreams. And the people that were asked to interpretate these dreams was really spirit people, bruh. You know what I'm saying?
Sky. Thoth became credited by the ancient Egyptians as the inventor of writing, hieroglyphs, 32, and was also considered to have been the scribe of the underworld. For this reason, Thoth was universally worshipped by ancient Egyptian scribes. Many scribes had a painting or a picture of Thoth in their office.
See, I want to see those pictures. Cause these little right here, man, they just, man, look. Man, they got the real deal, Johns. I'm talking about, they got stuff we ain't seen before, bro.
Office. Likewise, one of the symbols for scribes was that of the ibis. In art, Thoth was usually depicted with the head of an ibis, possibly because the Egyptians saw the curve of the ibis beak as a symbol of the crescent moon. 33. Sometimes, he was depicted as a baboon holding up a crescent moon. Worshipper before two ibises of Thoth. Early 19th dynasty. During the late period of ancient Egypt, a cult of Thoth gained prominence due to its main center, Kmun, Hermopolis Magna, also becoming the capital. Millions of dead ibis were mummified and buried in his honor. 34. Thoth was inserted in many tales as the wise counselor and persuader, and his association with learning and measurement led him to be connected with Seshet, the earlier deification of wisdom, who was said to be his daughter, or variably his wife. Thoth's qualities also led to him being identified by the Greeks with their closest matching god Hermes, with whom Thoth was eventually combined as Hermes Trismegistus. 18, leading to the Greeks naming Thoth's cult center as Hermopolis, meaning city of Hermes. In the papyrus of Ani copy of the Egyptian Book of the Dead, the scribe proclaims, "I am thy writing palette."
My bad, y'all. I didn't mean to be smacking in y'all ear and stuff. Man, look, man, these folks was scavenging everywhere and building statues. They building. So what they was gonna do, it looked like they came down here to the world. They were finna set their kingdom down here. So that's who they was in the Bible talking about thy kingdom gonna come. You know what I'm saying? Cause they brought kingdom down with them for sure. I'm talking about they ain't using no materials. They go to baboon. So I want to know why he symbolized himself as a baboon. That's what I want to know.
Pallet, O Thoth, and I have brought unto thee thine ink jar. I am not of those who work iniquity in their secret places, let not evil happen unto me. 35, Plate XXX Chapter CLXXV, Budge, of the Book of the Dead is the oldest tradition said to be the work of Thoth himself. 36. There was also an Egyptian pharaoh of the 16th dynasty named Jehudi, Thoth, after him, and who reigned for 3 years. Modern impression of an Achaemenid cylinder seal from Iran, with king holding 2 lion griffins at bay and Egyptian hieroglyphs reading, Thoth is a protection over me. c. 6th to 5th century BC. 37. Plato mentions Thoth as Thuth in his dialogue Phaedrus. He uses the myth of Thoth to demonstrate that writing leads to laziness and forgetfulness. In the story, Thoth remarks to King Thamus of Egypt that writing is a wonderful substitute for memory. Thamus remarks that it is a remedy for reminding, not remembering, with the appearance but not the reality of wisdom. Future generations will hear much without being properly taught and will appear wise but not be so. 38. Artapanus of Alexandria, an Egyptian Jew who lived in the 3rd or 2nd century BC, euhemerized Thoth Hermes as a historical human being and claimed he was the same person as Moses, based primarily on their shared roles as authors of texts and creators of laws. Artapanus's biography of Moses conflates traditions about Moses and Thoth and invents many details. 39. Many later authors, from late antiquity to the Renaissance, either identified Hermes Trismegistus with Moses or regarded them as contemporaries who expounded similar beliefs. 40. Archaeology, edit. Egypt's Minister of Tourism and Antiquities announced the discovery of the collective graves of senior officials and high clergies of the god Thoth in Tuna el-Gebel in Minya in January 2020. An archaeological mission headed by Mostafa Waziri reported that 20 sarcophagi and coffins of various shapes and sizes, including 5 anthropoid sarcophagi made of limestone and carved with hieroglyphic texts, as well as 16 tombs and 5 well-preserved wooden coffins were unearthed by their team. 41. 42. Modern cultural references, edit. Thoth has been seen as a god of wisdom and has been used in modern literature, especially since the early 20th century when ancient Egyptian ideas were quite popular. Part of a series on ancient Egyptian religion. Show. Beliefs. Show. Practices. Show. Deities, list. Show. Locations. Show. Symbols and objects. Show. Thoth has been seen as a god of wisdom and has been used in modern literature, especially since the early 20th century when Croyd by Ian Wallace, Berkeley Medallion, 1968, Thoth is the father of the galactic agent hero, Croyd. Aleister Crowley's Egyptian-style Thoth tarot deck and its written description in his 1944 book The Book of Thoth were named in reference to the theory that tarot cards were the Egyptian Book of Thoth. H.P. Lovecraft also used the word Thoth as the basis for his
This just confirmed to me that if Aleister Crowley knows something about this stuff, bruh, and he know about it, he wrote the book of Thoth, he knew exactly what he was into. Look, I ain't never heard of Aleister Crowley to Jay-Z mentioned, to somebody exposed Jay-Z. And they was like, look, y'all see that he got to do what I will, do what I will, meaning do what you want to do. Cause that's one of his quotes, and he had a T-shirt, and they said that's Aleister Crowley. He got his finger, he do magic, you know what I'm saying, and he worship the devil, and all of this, and all the rappers and all the singers and the music executives, they love Aleister Crowley, cause Aleister Crowley inspired, you know what I'm saying. He's a big influence when it comes to the music game. Even Michael Jackson had him on his album cover. Aleister Crowley is on Michael Jackson. Aleister Crowley. The Beatles sing about Aleister Crowley. You got rock and roll. Aerosmith gave him praise. Mr. Crowley, did you walk with the dead? You know what I'm saying? Oh, Mr. Wild Child. Cause you know that's who sing that song? Ozzy Osbourne. Go to Ozzy Osbourne, Mr. Crowley, and listen to the words. Bruh, that's so demonic. Then make it so bad they barred this man out the United States. He was getting barred out of countries because everybody was so scared of what he was doing.
His alien god, Yog-Sothoth, an entity associated with sorcery and esoteric knowledge. 43. Thoth's other name Jehudi was the name of the playable orbital frame mecha in the Zone of the Enders franchise. In the manga series JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Thoth lends his name to the character Boingo's Stand, which manifests as a comic book with premonitory stories. Thoth is mentioned as one of the pantheon in the 1831 issue of The Wicked plus the Divine. In the 2016 film Gods of Egypt, Thoth is played by Chadwick Boseman. 44.
What?
Thoth is a recurring character in the Kane Chronicles book series. Citation needed. Thoth appears in the 2021 comic book series God of War, Fallen God. 45, which is based on the God of War video game franchise.
What?
In the 2002 ensemble
So you mean to tell me, bro, that the God of War, the video game, is based off these characters?
Studio's Game Age of Mythology, Thoth is one of 9 minor gods that can be worshipped by Egyptian players. 46, 47. Thoth is one of many playable gods in Hi-Rez Studios' multiplayer online battle arena, MOBA, video game Smite. 48.
Man, they even got video games. And then y'all wanna know what's strange? I play Call of Duty. And everybody know Call of Duty is the game to play when it comes to Modern Warfare, right? But it's this map on there called El Arazo. You know, I can't pronounce it though. But it's that map. Man, I actually Googled the map that we going to war on. You know what I'm saying? That everybody be shooting. Bro, I Googled, and it's a real place. And the map is accurate. They got us fighting at the oil field, and I'm like, man, this is a real oil field in real life. Then the whole map is based off that area for real. And I'm like, man, this got to be like a security breach or something. Because I'm like, man, that's kind of dangerous when, you know, you just say your enemies know how your land is and how you destruct it, because they even got one in Japan. But I went to Google and tried to find that junk on there. It's a real island on Japan. But it ain't gonna show you the layout though, cause Japan's small. If you go on Google Map right now, you just can't just travel all over Japan. In certain parts, yeah, but most of the city, no. So these people, so Hollywood know about these ancient gods. They got the real history. You know what I'm saying? They got the real history. So what they do is they come out with a movie of the ancient gods and put it in a movie form. You know what I'm saying? Put it like in a movie form. You really ain't even learning nothing from it. It's like, we're going to put these characters out here. We're just going to make them into cartoons. They're probably what inspire cartoons. You know what I'm saying? That you want the powerful characters. You know, you want them to throw swords with flames on it. You know what I'm saying? Because you can't just, you just can't just do it how they want to, you know what I'm saying, in real life with a human. So get a character, you know what I'm saying, because you can make them fly and spin, do all types of stuff. That's where Spider-Man come from, Batman come from. All these characters got a meaning to it. Let's go to the female goddesses right here. This a good one. Cause she got a temple, and her temple Her temple had light bulbs in Egypt, bro. The way they describing what this lady was, you know what I'm saying? She the real deal.
Hathor, Ancient Egyptian, WTR, lit. House of Horus, Ancient Greek, Theta Hathor, Coptic, Meroitic, Atari, was a major goddess in ancient Egyptian religion who played a wide variety of roles. As a sky deity, she was the mother or consort of the sky god Horus and the sun god Ra, both of whom were connected with kingship, and thus she was the symbolic mother of their earthly representatives, the pharaohs. She was one of several goddesses who acted as the eye of Ra, Ra's feminine counterpart, and in this form, she had a vengeful aspect that protected him from his enemies. Her beneficent side represented music, dance, joy, love, sexuality, and maternal care, and she acted as the consort of several male deities and the mother of their sons. These two aspects of the goddess exemplified the Egyptian conception of femininity. Hathor crossed boundaries between worlds, helping deceased souls in the transition to the afterlife. Hathor was often depicted as a cow, symbolizing her maternal and celestial aspect, although her most common form was a woman wearing a headdress of cow horns and a sun disk. She could also be represented as a lioness, a cobra, or a sycamore tree. Cattle goddesses similar to Hathor were portrayed in Egyptian art in the 4th millennium BC, but she may not have appeared until the Old Kingdom, circa 2686 to 2181 BC. With the patronage of Old Kingdom rulers, she became one of Egypt's most important deities. More temples were dedicated to her than to any other goddess. Her most prominent temple was Dendera in Upper Egypt. She was also worshipped in the temples of her male consorts. The Egyptians connected her with foreign lands, such as Nubia and Canaan, and their valuable goods, such as incense and semi-precious stones.
But these people's black people, bro. These is black kings and queens that we descended from. And that's why we chosen people, bro. All the 12 tribes came down this same bloodline. All these mighty men they talking about in the Bible came down the royal bloodline, just like Jesus did. That's why they were so powerful. That's why they was already rich and stuff. You know, look at Moses. You know, Moses was rich, bro. Look at Lot and them. Ham, Shem, and Jacob and them. Man, them folk were rich in flock goals, and then they already had servants. And then in the Bible ain't even gonna tell you how the way they was really dwelling. You know what I'm saying? Well, you know, it gives you in the mind, like, just say like, put it like this, with Moses traveling and stuff, they act like they ain't even had nowhere to go, like. You know what I'm saying? So boom, everybody should know who he is and what he doing with the mommy. You know what I'm saying? Then I'm looking at the art. This is where Jesus had to come to get his knowledge. Why T.D. Jakes and Joe Augustine don't talk about this type of stuff, bruh? Cause this when you really be having church. Since they didn't teaching us that, I see why they won't teach us that. Cause if everybody look, that means if everybody find this out, right? If everybody find they got hot air balloons out there. So if that case, if they already got hot air balloons, when the hot air balloon was invented, but that could be one of the traveling sources too. A hot air balloon, the only thing you just need is a fire. You know what I'm saying? Because I already know they discovered what fire can do. It's just not made to eat and cook food. You know what I'm saying? You do need it for a hot air balloon. You know, your car produce fire. You know, your spark plugs. You know what I'm saying? Your pistons. I want to see what kind of plates they eating off of. Bowl. What kind of spoons they was using. I want to see the dishes, goddammit. I want to see they cups. You know what I'm talking about? And then the white man always want to come to you and show you some shit that's broken up in pieces. Look what I found. What you done found now? You know what I'm saying? I done found some clay tablets. And the mother got about 3-4 words on them. You know what I'm talking about? Be like, man, well, man, be like, man, look, you ain't even got the whole goddamn clay, goddamn. Nah, I don't even trust you. That's why I can't stand them goddamn, them Tomb Raider. And then when they go find and make the discovery, look at the discovery. They did discover. They done found a little voodoo doll. A little bitty voodoo doll. They'll find some kind of artifact and be like, ooh, look what I found. I found this gotta be some kind of something. I'm like, man, look, find me something big as hell. You know what I'm talking about? Find me a bowl, a cup or something. I want to see what were they furniture, what were they sitting on. You know what I'm saying? These the capital. They love rugs. Where the rugs at? Oh, I know where is it. The Pope got it in the Vatican. Look, he come out every morning fresh to death with them folks shit on, bro. Man, he got the crown, you know what I'm saying, on top of his head. He got the robes. He even got the walking stick. Man, that man come out fresh every morning. Yeah, Pope Benedict, you know what I'm talking about? Pope Benedict. Man, your name even sounds suspect. You know what I'm talking about? And then, and we already know half of those popes gay. Cause what pope tell you, a pope confession is, I never have sex with a woman before. And they teaching us that a nun never had the D before. Man, that's a goddamn lie, bro. You know what I'm saying? The Pope in there, they got all these little boys there, though. Now look at these little boys. You know, these little boys, they don't know nothing. You know, then they got this Pope in there. They thinking he's something like God. Because the Pope think he's something like God. So he in there telling that little boy, like, let me see your snake and I'm going to bless it. You know what I'm talking about? And little boy don't know what's going on, but he be like, well, look, he the Pope. Let him do some Pope shit. So the Pope done went in the chambers and got out some olive oil, cause you know they ain't had baby oil back in those days. You had olive oil. So he got to go through a massaging process, you know what I'm talking about? They done got him oiled up for the ceremonies, you know what I'm talking about? And then, you know, they telling the little boy, you know, you got a demon in you. We got to get that demon out of you. And he like, how you gonna get the demon out of me? You know, so he like, I can't beat it out of you. You know what I'm about? I gotta suck it out of you. You know what I'm about? Next thing you know, he jaw locking on the man rump, sucking the man booty, and talking about a spirit. He getting the demon out of it. But if y'all seen that videos about the prayer panties, about the pastor and his prayer panties, you can just imagine what they were doing back in those days. You know they in there messing with those little boys. Cause they got the little boy. Check this out. We already know the little boys stay with the Pope. You know, they like serving to the Pope, so they got to stay with him. But you don't never see them where they go and sleep at. Like, where y'all sleep at? Let me see. Do y'all sleep with the Pope, goddamn it, or what? Yeah, I'm for real. That's real life, Tara. You know what I'm talking about? Come on now, what you think a pastor gonna tell that little boy when he cutting up? Come on over here, I see the demon in you. You know what I'm talking about? Then this gonna be happening every night. Then the little boy gonna be fed up. He like, man, how many demons I got in me? You know what I'm talking about? He keep coming back. And then look, them folks telling y'all the Pope was in there drinking wine. So he getting drunk. Then they got access to mushrooms. You know what I'm saying? And then once you think about it, I won't even be surprised how many people done got drugged up in these religions. You know what I'm saying? I won't even be surprised how many people in those religions, in those days, look how many, because, you know, they were drugging women back then too. You know, if they were poisoning them, you know they had, you know the drug been here since day one. And these people is the medicine. They is the medicine god. These people knew how to cure diseases. And created diseases, you know what I'm saying? So you know these people were getting high. They even did a DNA test, a drug test on the mommy, King Tut, and say King Tut was full of cocaine, bro. And then check this out. These gods, they were causing all of these plagues. They know how to make these plagues, right? And when they were making these plagues, when they had us, when the pastor was telling us, like, yeah, you know, God caused a plague in these cities. We thinking this the God that we thought it would, but it's the God that we watching on TV. So they were creating these plagues just to wipe out humankind and wipe out a certain race. Look who doing that right today. China. China still tapping in and making diseases. These the only people in the world that's making diseases. Afghanistan got the history, the knowledge, and the plants. Africa got the gold, the resource, the minerals. That's your big three right there. So I want to see they chair, what kind of chairs they was sitting in, because then they'll give you a mindset how tall or how short these people was. How big they bowl is, because I know if I show y'all my cereal bowl, you're going to be like, God damn. If I didn't know that was your cereal bowl, I think this would be a goddamn water bowl for a goddamn elephant. Cause I don't pour no cereal in no regular bowl. You know what I'm saying? I'm a special nigga. You know, I'm the type of nigga go get a big ass pot or something. You know what I'm talking about? You know, when I bust the bag open, you know what I'm saying? It's over with for the box. It's over with. I'm pouring the whole box in that joint. Man. But I'm going to pay for it at the end, though, because you know that milk, man, I don't know what's in that milk these days, but that milk had my stomach like I done swallowed about a pack of firecrackers. You know, when that junk got the bum, that mother I said, whoa. I had to look at the jug. This 2% milk, or what kind of percentage this shit is? You know what I'm talking about? But, hello, y'all. Re-huggy.
Stones, and some of the peoples in those lands adopted her worship. In Egypt, she was one of the deities commonly invoked in private prayers and votive offerings, particularly by women desiring children. During the New Kingdom, circa 1550 to 1070 BC, goddesses such as Mut and Isis encroached on Hathor's position in royal ideology, but she remained one of the most widely worshipped deities. After the end of the New Kingdom, Hathor was increasingly overshadowed by Isis, but she continued to be venerated until the extinction of ancient Egyptian religion.
You know what? I believe that's why Hillary Clinton, she's so corrupt. That's why Hillary Clinton had that campaign about, y'all know it's a terrorist group we just discovered named ISIS. Uh-oh. ISIS. Cause she had me thinking that these small group of ISIS people is the most dangerous people in the world. Cause the way she was broadcasting them, it even scared me. And she was like, we need to go to war and eliminate these people. So I'm like, yeah, let's go to war and get rid of them folks. Don't even know what I'm agreeing to. Don't even know why we going to war. We just listen to these people, what they saying out their mouth.
Religion in the early centuries AD. Origins, edit. Drawing of the Narmer palette, c. 31st century BC. The face of a woman with the horns and ears of a cow, representing Hathor or bat, appears twice at the top of the palette and in a row below the belt of the king. Images of cattle appear frequently in the artwork of pre-dynastic Egypt, before c. 3100 BC, as do images of women with upraised, curved arms, reminiscent of the shape of bovine horns. Both types of imagery may represent goddesses connected with cattle. 2. Cows are venerated in many cultures, including ancient Egypt, as symbols of motherhood and nourishment, because they care for their calves and provide humans with milk. The Gerza palette, a stone palette from the Nakata II period of prehistory, circa 3500 to 3200 BC, shows the silhouette of a cow's head with inward curving horns surrounded by stars. The palette suggests that this cow was also linked with the sky, as were several goddesses from later times who were represented in this form, Hathor, Meheweret, and Nut. 3. Despite these early precedents, Hathor is not unambiguously mentioned or depicted until the 4th dynasty, circa 2613 to 2494 BC, of the Old Kingdom, for, although several artifacts that refer to her may date to the early dynastic period, circa 3100 to 2686 BC. 5. When Hathor does clearly appear, her horns curve outward, rather than inward like those in pre-dynastic art. 6. A bovine deity with inward curving horns appears on the Narmer palette from near the start of Egyptian history, both atop the palette and on the belt or apron of the king, Narmer. The Egyptologist Henry George Fisher suggested this deity may be Bat, a goddess who was later depicted with a woman's face and inward curling horns, seemingly reflecting the curve of the cow horns. 6. The Egyptologist Lana Troy, however, identifies a passage in the pyramid texts from the late Old Kingdom that connects Hathor with the apron of the king, reminiscent of the goddess on Narmer's garments, and suggests the goddess on the Narmer palette is Hathor rather than Bat. 4. 7. In the 4th dynasty, Hathor rose rapidly to prominence. 8. She supplanted an early crocodile god who was worshipped at Dendra in Upper Egypt to become Dendra's patron deity, and she increasingly absorbed the cult of Bat in the neighboring region of Hu, so that Dendra in Upper Egypt to become Dendra's patron deity, and she increasingly absorbed the cult of Bat in the neighboring region of Hu, so that in the Middle Kingdom, circa 2055 to 1650 BC, the two deities fused into one. 9. The theology surrounding the pharaoh in the Old Kingdom, unlike that of earlier times, focused heavily on the sun god Ra as king of the gods and father and patron of the earthly king. Hathor ascended with Ra and became his mythological wife, and thus divine mother of the pharaoh. 8. Roles, edit. Hathor took many forms and appeared in a wide variety of roles. 10. the Egyptologist Robin Gillam suggests that these diverse forms emerged when the royal goddess promoted by the Old Kingdom court subsumed many local goddesses worshipped by the general populace, who were then treated as manifestations of her. 11. Egyptian texts often speak of the manifestations of the goddess as 7 Hathors, 10, or, less commonly, of many more Hathors, as many as 362, 12. For these reasons, Gillam calls her a type of deity rather than a single entity. 11. Hathor's diversity reflects the range of traits that the Egyptians associated with goddesses. More than any other deity, she exemplifies the Egyptian perception of femininity. 13. Sky Goddess, edit. Hathor was given the epithets Mistress of the Sky and Mistress of the Stars, and was said to dwell in the sky with Ra and other sun deities. Egyptians thought of the sky as a body of water through which the sun god sailed, and they connected it with the waters from which, according to their creation myths, the sun emerged at the beginning of time. This cosmic mother goddess was often represented as a cow. Hathor and Mehaweret were both thought of as the cow who birthed the sun god and placed him between her horns. Like Nut, Hathor was said to give birth to the sun god each dawn. 14. Hathor's Egyptian name was WTRW, 15, or WTR.
Man, check this out. I know when the sun go down, man, I know it got to be dark in that desert, bruh. Cause they ain't got no street poles. You know what I'm saying? In certain parts, you know what I'm saying? It's gonna be dark as hell out there. So they gonna have light source, bruh. You know what I'm talking about?
WTR, 16. It is typically translated, House of Horus, but can also be rendered as, My house is the sky. 17. The falcon god Horus represented, among other things, the sun and sky. The house referred to may be the sky in which Horus lives, or the goddess's womb from which he, as a sun god, is born each day. 18. Solar goddess, edit. Further information, Eye of Ra. Hathor was a solar deity, a feminine counterpart to sun gods such as Horus and Ra, and was a member of the divine entourage that accompanied Ra as he sailed through the sky in his bark. 18. She was commonly called the Golden One, referring to the radiance of the sun, and texts from her temple at Dendra say, her rays illuminate the whole earth. 19. She was sometimes fused with another goddess, Nebuchadnezzar, whose name can mean Lady of the Offering, Lady of Contentment, 20, or Lady of the Vulva. 21. At Ra's cult center of Heliopolis, Hathor Nebuchadnezzar was worshipped as his consort. 22. And the Egyptologist Rudolf Anthas argued that Hathor's name referred to a mythical House of Horus at Heliopolis that was connected with the ideology of kingship. 23. She was one of many goddesses to take the role of the Eye of Ra, a feminine personification of the disk of the sun and an extension of Ra's own power. Ra was sometimes portrayed inside the disk, which Troy interprets as meaning that the eye goddess was thought of as a womb, from which the sun god was born. Hathor's seemingly contradictory roles as mother, wife, and daughter of Ra reflected the daily cycle of the sun. At sunset the god entered the body of the sky goddess, impregnating her and fathering the deities born from her womb at sunrise, himself and the eye goddess, who would later give birth to him. Ra gave rise to his daughter, the eye goddess, who in turn gave rise to him, her son, in a cycle of constant regeneration. 24. The Eye of Ra protected the sun god from his enemies and was often represented as a uraeus, or rearing cobra, or as a lioness. 25. A form of the Eye of Ra known as Hathor of the Four Faces, represented by a set of 4 cobras, was said to face in each of the cardinal directions to watch for threats to the sun god. 26. A group of myths, known from the New Kingdom, circa 1550 to 1070 BC, onward, describe what happens when the eye goddess rampages uncontrolled. In the funerary text known as the Book of the Heavenly Cow, Ra sends Hathor as the Eye of Ra to punish humans for plotting rebellion against his rule. She becomes the lioness goddess Sekhmet and massacres the rebellious humans, but Ra decides to prevent her from killing all humanity. He orders that beer be dyed red and poured out over the land. The eye goddess drinks the beer, mistaking it for blood, and in her inebriated state reverts to being the benign and beautiful Hathor. 27. Related to this story is the myth of the distant goddess, from the late and Ptolemaic periods. The Eye goddess, sometimes in the form of Hathor, rebels against Ra's control and rampages freely in a foreign land, Libya west of Egypt or Nubia to the south. Weakened by the loss of his eye, Ra sends another god, such as Thoth, to bring her back to him. 28. Once pacified, the goddess returns to become the consort of the sun god or of the god who brings her back. 29. The two aspects of the Eye goddess, violent and dangerous versus beautiful and joyful, reflected the Egyptian belief that women, as the Egyptologist Carolyn Graves Brown puts it, encompassed both extreme passions of fury and love. 27. Music, dance, and joy. Edit. Banquet scene from the tomb chapel of Nebaman, 14th century BC. Its imagery of music and dancing alludes to Hathor. 30. Egyptian religion celebrated the sensory pleasures of life, believed to be among the gods' gifts to humanity. Egyptians ate, drank, danced, and played music at their religious festivals. They perfumed the air with flowers and incense. Many of Hathor's epithets link her to celebration. She is called the mistress of music, dance, garlands, myrrh, and drunkenness. In hymns and temple reliefs, musicians play tambourines, harps, lyres, and sistra in Hathor's honor. 31. The sistrum, a rattle-like instrument, was particularly important in Hathor's worship. Sistra had erotic connotations and, by extension, alluded to the creation of new life. 32. These aspects of Hathor were linked with the myth of the Eye of Ra. The eye was pacified by beer in the story of the destruction of mankind. In some versions of the distant goddess myth, the wandering eye's wildness abated when she was appeased with products of civilization like music, dance, and wine. The water of the annual flooding of the Nile, colored red by sediment, was likened to wine, and to the red-dyed beer in the destruction of mankind.
That's one thing I figured out, because I'm like, them folk been drinking beer back in those days. Beer and wine. I looked it up. And I was like, how the way they were making beer, it supposed to have been the best beer. It better than what we drinking. So if you know they had beer, you know they firing up the weed. You know what I'm saying? Come on, man. These folks firing up the blunts. They got, back in the old days, you know what I'm saying? You might well say they had Percocet powder, just the problem not in our form. They was getting high a totally different way. Cause I remember they were teaching us in school about how the Indians used to smoke out the peace pipe. You know what I'm saying? Cause it makes sense that Indians smoke weed, cause Mexico grow weed and they smoke weed, and you know what I'm saying? And tobacco, you know, they had tobacco. Tobacco came from I forgot where tobacco came from. Cause the Europeans brought the tobacco over here, and them folks, they had them folks smoking cigarettes now. And I just want to know, what was the dance style like back then? Belly dancing? Cause there's a lot of belly dancing going on back in those days. And I won't mind seeing some of that entertainment. You know what I'm saying? Some good belly dancing going on, you know what I'm talking about? And then you got the jessels in there, juggling balls. You know what I'm saying? No, I don't need to say juggling no balls, because you know how the old parties be getting. You know, it's a whole lot of orgy going on. You know what I'm saying?
Mankind. Festivals during the inundation therefore incorporated drink, music, and dance as a way to appease the returning goddess. 33. A text from the Temple of Edfu says of Hathor, the gods play the sistrum for her, the goddesses dance for her to dispel her bad temper. 34. A hymn to the goddess Retoi as a form of Hathor.
Hold on, let me see what's this. This god is right here, right? I mean, what could be possibly what they would be doing in these little chambers right here? Is that a flute? Oh, that's a backwood. I ain't even gonna lie, the way these people, they gotta be a flute. She's smoking some. Might be some instruments. Here go another one. So they smoking some kind of plant. So whatever that is on the end of this what will be on the end of that. So what that mean, bro? So this probably where they be smoking at. It gotta be the green room, goddammit. Gotta be the green room. Then they don't want you to be too nosy in this joint. So this the temple. All right.
Hathor at the Temple of Medamud describes the festival of drunkenness, Tek festival. As part of her mythic return to Egypt, 35, women carry bouquets of flowers, drunken revelers play drums, and people and animals from foreign lands dance for her as she enters the temple's festival booth. The noise of the celebration drives away hostile powers and ensures the goddess will remain in her joyful form as she awaits the male god of the temple, her mythological consort Montu, whose son she will bear, 36. Sexuality, beauty, and love, edit. Hathor's joyful, ecstatic side indicates her feminine, procreative power. In some creation myths she helped produce the world itself, 37. Adam, a creator god who contained all things within himself, was said to have produced his children Shu and Tefnut, and thus begun the process of creation, by masturbating. The hand he used for this act, the hand of Adam, represented the female aspect of himself and could be personified by Hathor, Nebuchadnezzar, or another.
Hold on, man. Y'all just heard that? He masturbated. The hand that he used for this act is the hands of. Oh, man. That boy playing with the mirror.
Another goddess, Yuzaset, 38, in a late creation myth from the Ptolemaic period, 332 to 30 BC, the god Khonsu is put in a central role, and Hathor is the goddess with whom Khonsu mates to enable creation, 39. Hathor could be the consort of many male gods, of whom Ra was only the most prominent.
So she a freak.
Mut was the usual consort of Ammonius, the preeminent deity during the New Kingdom who was often linked with Ra. But Mut was rarely portrayed alongside Ammonius in contexts related to sex or fertility, and in those circumstances, Hathor or Isis stood at his side instead. 40. In the late periods of Egyptian history, the form of Hathor from Dendera and the form of Horus from Edfu were considered husband and wife. 41. And in different versions of the myth of the distant goddess, Hathor Toi was the consort of Montu. 42. And Hathor Tefnut the consort of Shu. 43. Hathor's sexual side was seen in some short stories. In a cryptic fragment of a Middle Kingdom story, known as The Tale of the Herdsman, a herdsman encounters a hairy, animal-like goddess in a marsh and reacts with terror. On another day he encounters her as a nude, alluring woman. Most Egyptologists who study this story think this woman is Hathor or a goddess like her, one who can be wild and dangerous or benign and erotic. Thomas Schneider interprets the text as implying that between his two encounters with the goddess the herdsman has done something to pacify her. 44. In The Contendings of Horus and Set, a New Kingdom short story about the dispute between those two gods, Ra is upset after being insulted by another god, Bobby, and lies on his back alone. After some time, Hathor exposes her genitals to Ra, making him laugh and get up again to perform his duties as ruler of the gods. Life and order were thought to be dependent on Ra's activity, and the story implies that Hathor averted the disastrous consequences of his idleness. Her act may have lifted Ra's spirits partly because it sexually aroused him, although why he laughed is not fully understood. 45. Hathor was praised for her beautiful hair. Egyptian literature contains allusions to a myth not clearly described in any surviving texts, in which Hathor lost a lock of hair that represented her sexual allure. One text compares this loss with Horus's loss of his divine eye and Set's loss of his testicles during the struggle between the two gods, implying that the loss of Hathor's lock was as catastrophic for her as the maiming of Horus and Set was for them. 46. Hathor was called Mistress of Love, as an extension of her sexual aspect. In the series of love poems from Papyrus Chester Beatty from the 20th dynasty, circa 1189 to 1077 BC, men and women ask Hathor to bring their lovers to them. I prayed to her, Hathor, and she heard my prayer. She destined my mistress, loved one, for me. And she came of her own free will to see me. 47.
She a freak.
Motherhood and Queenship, edit. Hathor as a...
Damn. Is this all you had to do? Dang, what are religions? Please, I need some loving. I'ma bless you.
A cow suckling Hatshepsut, a female pharaoh, at Hatshepsut's temple at Deir el-Bahari, 15th century BC. Hathor was considered the mother of various child deities. As suggested by her name, she was often thought of as both Horus's mother and consort. 48. As both the king's wife and his heir's mother, Hathor was the divine counterpart of human queens. 15.
So you mean to tell me the mother, the wife, she is the wife and his mother? That's the same thing they said about the Tower of Babel, Nimrod. Cause Nimrod supposed to be marrying his mother, and she supposed to conceal. Nimrod died, and she mysteriously came up pregnant, and she told everybody this Nimrod now. She's the mother, you know what I'm saying? He came back in a baby form. Oh, man.
Isis and Osiris were considered Horus's parents in the Osiris myth as far back as the late Old Kingdom, but the relationship between Horus and Hathor may be older still. If so, Horus only came to be linked with Isis and Osiris as the Osiris myth emerged during the Old Kingdom. 49. Even after Isis was firmly established as Horus's mother, Hathor continued to appear in this role, especially when nursing the pharaoh. Images of the Hathor cow with a child in a papyrus thicket represented his mythological upbringing in a secluded marsh. Goddess's milk was a sign of divinity and royal status. Thus, images in which Hathor nurses the pharaoh represent his right to rule. 50. Hathor's relationship with Horus gave a healing aspect to her character, as she was said to have restored Horus's missing eye or eyes after Set attacked him. 18. In the version of this episode in The Contendings of Horus and Set, Hathor finds Horus with his eyes torn out and heals the wounds with gazelle's milk. 51. Beginning in the late period, 664 to 323 BC, temples focused on the worship of a divine family, an adult male deity, his wife, and their immature son. Satellite buildings, known as mamises, were built in celebration of the birth of the local child deity. The child god represented the cyclical renewal of the cosmos and an archetypal heir to the kingship. 52. Hathor was the mother in many of these local divine triads. At Dendra, the mature Horus of Edfu was the father and Hathor the mother, while their child was I, a god whose name meant sistrum player, and who personified the jubilation associated with the instrument. 53. At Kam Ambo, Hathor's local form, Tassanetnofret, was mother to Horus's son Panoptoi. 54. Other children of Hathor included a minor deity from the town of Hu, named Neferhotep. 53. And several child forms of Horus. 55. The milky sap of the sycamore tree, which the Egyptians regarded as a symbol of life, became one of her symbols. 56. The milk was equated with water of the Nile inundation and thus fertility. 57. In the late Ptolemaic and Roman periods, many temples contained a creation myth that adapted long-standing ideas about creation. 58. The version from Hathor's temple at Dendra emphasizes that she, as a female solar deity, was the first being to emerge from the primordial waters that preceded creation. And her life-giving light and milk nourished all living things. 59. Hathor's maternal aspects can be compared with those of Isis and Mut, yet there are many contrasts between them. Isis's devotion to her husband and care for their child represented a more socially acceptable form of love than Hathor's uninhibited sexuality. 60. And Mut's character was more authoritative than sexual. 61. The text of the 1st century CE Insinger Papyrus likens a faithful wife, the mistress of a household, to Mut, while comparing Hathor to a strange woman who tempts a married man. 61. Fate, edit. Like Meskenet, another goddess who presided over birth, Hathor was connected with Shai, the Egyptian concept of fate, particularly when she took the form of the 7 Hathors. In 2 New Kingdom works of fiction, The Tale of Two Brothers, and The Tale of the Doomed Prince, the Hathors appear at the births of major characters and foretell the manner of their deaths. The Egyptians tended to think of fate as inexorable. Yet in The Tale of the Doomed Prince, the prince who is its protagonist is able to escape one of the possible violent deaths that the 7 Hathors have foretold for him, and while the end of the story is missing, the surviving portions imply that the prince can escape his fate with the help of the gods. 62. Foreign lands and goods, edit. Hathor was connected with trade in foreign lands, possibly because her role as a sky goddess linked her with stars and hence navigation. 63. And because she was believed to protect ships on the Nile and in the seas beyond Egypt as she protected the bark of Ra in the sky. 64. The mythological wandering of the eye goddess in Nubia or Libya gave her a connection with those lands as well. 65. Egypt maintained trade relations with the coastal cities of Syria and Canaan, particularly Byblos, placing Egyptian religion in contact with the religions of that region. 66. At some point, perhaps as early as the Old Kingdom, the Egyptians began to refer to the patron goddess of Byblos, Balat Jebel, as a local form of Hathor. 67. So strong was Hathor's link to Byblos that texts from Meskenet, another goddess who presided over birth. Edit. Like Meskenet,
Hold on, y'all.
Meskenet, another goddess who presided over birth, Hathor was connected with Shai, the Egyptian concept of fate, particularly when she took the form of the 7 Hathors. In 2 New Kingdom works of fiction, The Tale of Two Brothers, and The Tale of the Doomed Prince, the Hathors appear at the births of major characters and foretell the manner of their deaths.
Now, let me show y'all this right quick. Cause this just caught my eye right here. Now I want y'all to listen to this.
In ancient Egyptian mythology, Meskenet, also spelt Mesenet, Meskent, and Meshkent, was the goddess of childbirth, and the creator of each child's ka, a part of their soul, which she breathed into them at the moment of birth. She was worshipped from the earliest of times by Egyptians. In mythology, edit. Part of a series on Ancient Egyptian religion. Show. Beliefs. Show. Practices. Show. Deities, list. Show. Locations. Show. Symbols and objects. Show. Texts. Show. Related religions. Ancient Egypt portal. V. T. E. In ancient Egypt, women delivered babies while squatting on a pair of bricks, known as birth bricks, and Meskenet was the goddess associated with this form of delivery. Consequently, in art, she was sometimes depicted as a brick with a woman's head, wearing a cow's uterus upon it. At other times she was depicted as a woman with a symbolic cow's uterus on her headdress. 1. Since she was responsible for creating the ka, she was associated with fate. Thus later she was sometimes said to be paired with Shai, who became a god of destiny after the deity evolved out of an abstract concept. 1. Meskenet features prominently in the last of the folktales in the Westcar papyrus. The story tells of the birth of Userkaf, Sahur, and Neferurker Kakai, the first three kings of the 5th dynasty, who in the story are said to be triplets. Just after each child is born, Meskenet appears and prophesies that he will become king of Egypt. 2. Worship outside Egypt. Popular worship. Funerary practice. Although the pyramid texts, the earliest Egyptian funerary texts, rarely mention her, 80, Hathor was invoked in private tomb inscriptions from the same era, and in the Middle Kingdom coffin texts and later sources, she is frequently linked with the afterlife, 81. Just as she crossed the boundary between Egypt and foreign lands, Hathor passed through the boundary between the living and the Duat, the realm of the dead, 82. She helped the spirits of deceased humans enter the Duat and was closely linked with tomb sites, where that transition began, 83. The necropolises, or clusters of tombs, on the west bank of the Nile were personified as Amentet, the goddess of the west, who was frequently regarded as a manifestation of Hathor, 84. The Theban necropolis, for example, was often portrayed as a stylized mountain with the cow of Hathor emerging from it, 85. Her role as a sky goddess was also linked to the afterlife. Because the sky goddess, either Nut or Hathor, assisted Ra in his daily rebirth, she had an important part in ancient Egyptian afterlife beliefs, according to which deceased humans were reborn like the sun god, 86. Coffins, tombs, and the underworld itself were interpreted as the womb of this goddess, from which the deceased soul would be reborn. 87, 88. Nut, Hathor, and Amentet could each, in different texts, lead the deceased into a place where they would receive food and drink for eternal sustenance. Thus, Hathor, as Amentet, often appears on tombs, welcoming the deceased person as her child into a blissful afterlife. 89. In New Kingdom funerary texts and artwork, the afterlife was often illustrated as a pleasant, fertile garden, over which Hathor sometimes presided. 90. The welcoming afterlife goddess was often portrayed as a goddess in the form of a tree, giving water to the deceased. Nut most commonly filled this role, but the tree goddess was sometimes called Hathor instead. 91. The afterlife also had a sexual aspect. In the Osiris myth, the murdered god Osiris was resurrected when he copulated with Isis and conceived Horus. In solar ideology, Ra's union with the sky goddess allowed his own rebirth. Sex therefore enabled the rebirth of the deceased, and goddesses like Isis and Hathor served to rouse the deceased to new life. But they merely stimulated the male deity's regenerative powers, rather than playing the central role. 92. Ancient Egyptians prefixed the names of the deceased with Osiris's name to connect them with his resurrection. For example, a woman named Hinutmahit would be dubbed Osiris Hinutmahit. Over time they increasingly associated the deceased with both male and female divine powers. 93. As early as the late Old Kingdom, Women were sometimes said to join the worshippers of Hathor in the afterlife, just as men joined the following of Osiris. In the Third Intermediate Period, c. 1070 to 664 BC, Egyptians began to add Hathor's name to that of deceased women in place of that of Osiris. In some cases, women were called Osiris Hathor, indicating that they benefited from the revivifying power of both deities. In these late periods, Hathor was sometimes said to rule the afterlife as Osiris did. 94. Iconography, edit. Hathor was often depicted as a cow bearing the sun disk between her horns, especially when shown nursing the king. She could also appear as a woman with the head of a cow. Her most common form, however, was a woman wearing a headdress of the horns and sun disk, often with a red or turquoise sheath dress, or a dress combining both colors. Sometimes the horns stood atop a low modius or the vulture headdress that Egyptian queens often wore in the New Kingdom. Because Isis adopted the same headdress during the New Kingdom, the two goddesses can be distinguished only if labeled in writing. When in the role of a mentat, Hathor wore the emblem of the West upon her head instead of the horned headdress. 95. The seven Hathors were sometimes portrayed as a set of 7 cows, accompanied by a minor sky and afterlife deity called the Bull of the West. 96. Some animals other than cattle could represent Hathor. The uraeus was a common motif in Egyptian art and could represent a variety of goddesses who were identified with the Eye of Ra. 97. When Hathor was depicted as a uraeus, it represented the ferocious and protective aspects of her character. She also appeared as a lioness, and this form had a similar meaning. 98. In contrast, the domestic cat, which was sometimes connected with Hathor, often represented the eye goddess's pacified form. 99. When portrayed as a sycamore tree, Hathor was usually shown with the upper body of her human form emerging from the trunk. A sycamore tree, Hathor was usually shown with the upper body of her human form emerging from the trunk. 100. Like other goddesses, Hathor might carry a stalk of papyrus as a staff, though she could instead hold a staff, a symbol of power that was usually restricted to male deities. 76. The only goddesses who used the were those, like Hathor, who were linked with the Eye of Ra. 101. She also commonly carried a sistrum or a manat necklace. The sistrum came in 2 varieties, a simple loop shape or the more complex naos sistrum, which was shaped to resemble a naos shrine and flanked by volutes resembling the antennae of the bat emblem. 102. Mirrors were another of her symbols, because in Egypt they were often made of gold or bronze and therefore symbolized the sun disk, and because they were connected with beauty and femininity.
Man, I bet you they had some of the prettiest mirrors. I ain't even go lie, gang. I'm just sitting here just and imagine. All right. Now, this been going on way before Christopher Columbus. So we already know these folk was on another level. They was already civilized. Ain't nobody in no jungles, you know what I'm saying, and doing what the white man talking about what we were doing in roots. No. You see what I'm saying? These people had mirrors, electricities, lights, the best food in the world. I ain't even know they was the one that invented ice cream. I ain't even know they was the one that invented ice cream. And it ain't the same ice cream like how we got our ice cream, you know what I'm saying? Bruh, y'all go look into this stuff. And I'm sitting up here like, man, the white man had us believing that Africa was this big old jungle, everybody swinging from trees and they just going in the jungle, bring them over here, you know, and trying to re-civilize. No. Because you could tell, man, when it's a long war was going on, because even the Bible tell you they was stealing knowledge, robbing the tombs, robbing all the pyramids. They stole the ark, burning down churches. You know, they take years and years. You got a war that never ended. The war's still going on. So, what these people did, this how United States got it so in advance. They was like, look, we need bigger land. So they jumped on boats. They already know about America. They just, you know what I'm saying? They went over there to America. If you look at the globe, you can see why. All right. Look how big Africa is, right? Africa is the biggest continent in the world. All of this right here is small. This ain't big the way we thought it was. If you shrink, look, I tell y'all what, if you shrink this whole pod down, shrink all of this down, and just say, shrink it down to like right here. The land is small. So boom. You can't take over Brazil. You can't take over Brazil. You're going to get murdered. You can't take over Mexico and coming through this way, bro. So here go America. So you mean to tell me you got Indians at the borderline of Florida, North Carolina, you know what I'm saying? You got the Indians right here, and you got the Mexicans right here, and then you got the Eskimos up here, and then you got the Indians kind of, you know what I'm saying, from here to here, because you know all of this supposed to be Mexico too. Right up in here, Los Angeles, all these got Mexico names. These top names is Indian names. You know what I'm saying? Like, I ain't even know Manhattan, New York, the word Manhattan stand for crazy white man. I ain't even know that. So, if Christopher Columbus came over here, they already got in the history books, he been to Cuba, he been to Puerto Rico, you know what I'm saying? So, he already been to Venezuela, he been to Brazil. So, in that story, when he went to Cuba and they told him in Cuba, hey man, it's people stay over there in their land. And he went over there in their land to intentionally trick the people. Trick the people, bro. And when they got over here and settled in the land, they start poisoning the Indians. That's the worst thing you could do is poison somebody's food, bro. That's why you got Thanksgiving. Cause after the feast, you know what I'm saying? When you get through after a feast, you know what I'm saying? You full, you come on, bro. That is it knocked you off your game. Now you done got poison. Now you can't even go to battle. Now all the warriors dying, and now you got the women and kids. Cause you know what I'm saying? With the Trail of Tears, them Indian family, you best believe all the warriors done died. You know, all the chiefs, they killed all the chiefs. Then look at all the stops. Like for a prime example, right? You could tell all of this connected by looking at the ridge. This still land. You got land up underwater. So Chris Columbus gonna come through this way. He ain't coming from like this where they talking about, cause the currents and the boats they own, they would have never made it. But they can make it if they ride the current. The current come all the way down here. Then it leads you down to here. This is where the current go. And then boom. You really don't even need no motor because the current gonna take you this way. Then you made it land. You make it a land. Survey this land. Boom. Boom, cause every time you come in another state, they gonna let you know, yeah, you keep going this way. You keep going that way. But hold on, y'all. But this lady right here, man, this lady got to be a real super freak. And then look, check this out, y'all. I ain't even gonna lie. If it's true that we came from these people, if it's true, I don't know if we really in trouble or what. But that means if these people came down here and the religions they own, the religions that they was doing back in those days, would you want these people to be your gods, bro? I'm just saying. Cause they laws is way different from the laws we got now. You can get killed just not showing up for church. You know, you can get killed for stuff like that. It's a lot of that, man, bro. I won't even. And then if we after they blood seeds, is we still entitled to go to heaven if we did good? Cause it sounds like that we belong to these people, bro. And these people is evil. Some people might want to be in this religion since you could pray to her, be like, look, you know what I'm saying? Something wrong with that pie stick. Well, let me blow some life into it. You know what I'm saying? Next thing you know, she blowing it. Might be praying every 5 minutes. Look, that mother went back down, boo. Well, come on, let me get it back and put the breath of life on it. You know what I'm talking about? Full of energy. Just a man, cause when it come to sex, you mean to tell me they got different kind of rules now? You like, man, look, your girl can't get pregnant. We finna get her pregnant. I mean, that's kind of they just like my nigga come to me like, man, I'm having a hard time getting my girl pregnant. Shit, nigga, I can get her pregnant. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, man, fuck with me. Yeah, man, get my gal pregnant for me. You know how that don't even sound right. Come on, baby. I heard you ain't trying to get pregnant. You know, let me come in, you know what I'm saying? I don't think I can do that, bro. Lying like a motherfucker. Trying to knock twins out your ass. You know what I'm talking about? And then when it's time to, you know what I'm talking about, and go and be the sperm donor, I'm pulling out. I'm pulling out. They like, no, you supposed to, nah, bro. Look, we got to do it again. I ain't know. I ain't know that nobody say pull out, goddamn you. Now you supposed to be getting her pregnant. Hold on, y'all. Let me see what this is.
Femininity. Some mirror handles were made in the shape of Hathor's face. 103. The Manat necklace, made up of many strands.
And then I won't even be trusting my gal. Just imagine your gal just making up shit. And your gal, you know, she all let the Pope be like, oh my God, I think my kitty won't wake up. And he like, what? And he going to the back and go get some of that olive oil. And we got to massage these demons out of her. And look, let me massage that junk and I'm going to blow life in it. And if that don't work, you know, I'm going to suck the demon out. You know what I'm talking about? And this thing, you know, it's a whole lot of slurping going on. Oh my God, man, we just gonna have to get a divorce. Cause you ain't finna be, you know, you mean to tell me I'm finna bring my gal to church, and this thing, you know, she wanna tell the pastor all our problems. Tregang can't even get me pregnant, you know what I'm saying? What? I need a child, father. This thing, you know, he like, I'm finna give you a baby, all right. And this thing, you know, she coming back to the house pregnant, talking about, yeah, God gave her the baby. I'm like, what? And then I can't even argue with it. Like, it's God, baby. You know what I'm talking about? I don't even come on, bro. Ain't no God trying to smash nobody, bitch. They know we ain't going for that religion these days, cause we hip now. Like, nah, hell no. If that's the case, I'm the Pope. Man, I'm the Pope. Man, ain't gonna be statues of this payal stick all over the town, all over the globe. I'm gonna make sure you know about these blessings. Look, I'm be at church. Look, you know how like them church TVs, and you know what I'm talking about. I'm at a big ass church, sold out, handing out payal sticks. Get your payal dildos right now. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, $100 a pop. Man, I'm gonna make a killing.
Strands of beads was shaken in ceremonies in Hathor's honor, similarly to the sistrum. 73. Images of it were sometimes seen as personifications of Hathor herself. 104. Hathor was sometimes represented as a human face with bovine ears, seen from the front rather than in the profile-based perspective that was typical of Egyptian art. When she appears in this form, the tresses on either side of her face often curl into loops. This mask-like face was placed on the capitals of columns beginning in the late Old Kingdom. Columns of this style were used in many temples to Hathor and other goddesses. 105. These columns have 2 or 4 faces, which may represent the duality between different aspects of the goddess or the watchfulness of Hathor of the 4 faces. The designs of Hathoric columns have a complex relationship with those of Sistra. Both styles of sistrum can bear the Hathor mask on the handle, and during the early dynastic period, Neith was the preeminent goddess at the royal court. 106, while in the 4th dynasty, Hathor became the goddess most closely linked with the king. 66. Snefru, the founder of the 4th dynasty, may have built a temple to her, and Neferhetipes, a daughter of Jedefra, was the first recorded priestess of Hathor. 107. Old Kingdom rulers donated resources only to temples dedicated to particular kings or to deities closely connected with kingship. Hathor was one of the few deities to receive such donations. 108. Late Old Kingdom rulers especially promoted the cult of Hathor in the provinces, as a way of binding those regions to the royal court. She may have absorbed the traits of contemporary provincial goddesses. 109. Many female royals, though not reigning queens, held positions in the cult during the Old Kingdom. 110. Mentuhotep II, who became the first pharaoh of the Middle Kingdom despite having no relation to the Old Kingdom rulers, sought to legitimize his rule by portraying himself as Hathor's son. The first images of the Hathor cow suckling the king date to his reign, and several priestesses of Hathor were depicted as though they were his wives, although he may not have actually married them. 111. 112. In the course of the Middle Kingdom, queens were increasingly seen as directly embodying the goddess, just as the king embodied Ra. 113. The emphasis on the queen as Hathor continued through the New Kingdom. Queens were portrayed with the headdress of Hathor beginning in the late 18th dynasty. An image of the said festival of Amenhotep III, meant to celebrate and renew his rule, shows the king together with Hathor and his queen Tai, which could mean that the king symbolically married the goddess in the course of the festival. 114. Hatshepsut, a woman who ruled as a pharaoh in the early New Kingdom, emphasized her relationship to Hathor in a different way. 115. She used names and titles that linked her to a variety of goddesses, including Hathor, so as to legitimize her rule in what was normally a male position. 116. She built several temples to Hathor and placed her own mortuary temple, which incorporated a chapel dedicated to the goddess, at Deir el-Bahari, which had been a cult site of Hathor since the Middle Kingdom. 115. The
Man, all these people just moved to Egypt. You know what I'm saying? And then this man, what they in the sand like? Hold on, why is this white? This probably where that white sand is. Hold on, guys. Man, don't tell me, bro, you got that carved on the side of the mountain, bro. No. Ye- Man, these people really carving in the mountains. Damn, that's cold. Man, that's cold, bro. And then what make it so bad, these constructions can stay like that forever if man don't tamper with it. If them people didn't want coming over here and robbing this stuff and they just didn't touch it and just left it how it is, bro, this would be amazing, bro. I bet you this would be breathtaking. Cause this some of the best structure I done seen ever created. Like, I mean, look how they got the lion popping out the brick. Like how did they do that? Like, what kind of tool? I need to find out what kind of tool they be using. Damn. They even the tree was bought from Punt. Oh man, they still got the. Hmm. And then this in the middle of nowhere. I mean, this in the middle of nowhere. Let's go inside these John. I wanna go inside.
Deir el-Bahari, which had been a cult site of Hathor since the Middle Kingdom, 115. The preeminence of Ammonius during the New Kingdom gave greater visibility to his consort Mut, and in the course of the period, Isis began appearing in roles that traditionally belonged to Hathor alone, such as that of the goddess in the solar bark. Despite the growing prominence of these deities, Hathor remained important, particularly in relation to fertility, sexuality, and queenship, throughout the New Kingdom, 117. After the New Kingdom, Isis increasingly overshadowed Hathor and other goddesses as she took on their characteristics. 118. In the Ptolemaic period, 305 to 30 BC, when Greeks governed Egypt and their religion developed a complex relationship with that of Egypt, the Ptolemaic dynasty adopted and modified the Egyptian ideology of kingship. Beginning with Arsinoe II, wife of Ptolemy II, the Ptolemies closely linked their queens with Isis and with several Greek goddesses, particularly their own goddess of love and sexuality, Aphrodite. 119. Nevertheless, when the Greeks referred to Egyptian gods by the names of their own gods, a practice called Interpretatio Graeca, they sometimes called Hathor Aphrodite. 120. Traits of Isis, Hathor, and Aphrodite were all combined to justify the treatment of Ptolemaic queens as goddesses. Thus, the poet Callimachus alluded to the myth of Hathor's lost lock of hair in the Edea when praising Berenice II for sacrificing her own hair to Aphrodite. 46. And iconographic traits that Isis and Hathor shared, such as the bovine horns and vulture headdress, appeared on images portraying Ptolemaic queens as Aphrodite. 121. Temples in Egypt, edit. Hypostyle Hall of the Temple of Hathor at Dendera, 1st century AD. More temples were dedicated to Hathor than to any other Egyptian goddess. 82. During the Old Kingdom, her most important center of worship was in the region of Memphis, where Hathor of the Sycamore was worshipped at many sites throughout the Memphite necropolis. During the New Kingdom era, the Temple of Hathor of the Southern Sycamore was her main temple in Memphis. 122. At that site she was described as the daughter of the city's main deity, Ptah. 86. The cult of Ra and Adam at Heliopolis, northeast of Memphis, included a temple to Hathor-Nebuchadnezzar that was probably built in the Middle Kingdom. A willow and a sycamore tree stood near the sanctuary and may have been worshipped as manifestations of the goddess. 22. A few cities farther north in the Nile Delta, such as Yamu and Taranuthis, also had temples to her. 123. Dendera, Hathor's oldest temple in Upper Egypt, dates to at least to the 4th dynasty. 124. After the end of the Old Kingdom it surpassed her Memphite temples in importance. 125. Many kings made additions to the temple complex through Egyptian history. The last version of the temple was built in the Ptolemaic and Roman periods and is today one of the best preserved Egyptian temples from that time. 126. As the rulers of the Old Kingdom made an effort to develop towns in Upper and Middle Egypt, several cult centers of Hathor were founded across the region, at sites such as Cusi, Akhmim.
Man, I'm starting to think these folk got something hidden in this world, bro, and nobody ain't found it yet. Cause it's a reason why they carving it in these mountains, and the way they designs is, you know, they got secret rooms, and you know what I'm saying. They got secret spots that I bet you ain't nobody found yet, bro. Look, I'd be so scared to be digging in Egypt right now. The stuff that I'm finding out, man, you look, man, you might go in one of those tombs and take some pictures like a normal tourist, and you might be like, now, let me crack this door open. And next thing you know, you crack the door open, and guess who you will see? You might see her ass still alive, talking about shut the door. You know what I'm saying? You might find these people, bro. These people probably ain't even dead. Cause if these people is claiming that they got connection with the underworld, right? Man, they might got a tunnel leading to the underworld, to the ground. Man, I'd be scared to be going in these tomb books. You'll never know what you might run into. You might cut down the wrong hallway and get lost, and next thing you know, you might find a little secret entry. And next thing you know, it leaves you to another city. Man, it might be cities up under this city, bro. I bet man, give me a tractor. Man, I go in there, dig the whole Egypt, bro. I'ma find all types of tunnels. Man, they might have a tunnel leading all the way to hell. You know what I'm talking about?
Akhmim and Naga Eder, 127, in the First Intermediate Period, circa 2181 to 2055 BC, her cult statue from Dendra was periodically carried to the Theban necropolis. During the beginning of the Middle Kingdom, Mentuhotep II established a permanent cult center for her in the necropolis at Deir el-Bahari, 128, the nearby village of Deir el-Medina, home to the tomb workers of the necropolis during the New Kingdom, also contained temples of Hathor. One continued to function and was periodically rebuilt as late as the Ptolemaic period, centuries after the village was abandoned, 129. In the Old Kingdom, most priests of Hathor, including the highest ranks, were women. Many of these women were members of the royal family, 130. In the course of the Middle Kingdom, women were increasingly excluded from the highest priestly positions, at the same time that queens were becoming more closely tied to Hathor's cult. Thus, non-royal women disappeared from the high ranks of Hathor's priesthood, 131, although women continued to serve as musicians and singers in temple cults across Egypt, 132. The most frequent temple rite for any deity was the daily offering ritual, in which the cult image, or statue, of a deity would be clothed and given food, 133. The daily ritual was largely the same in every Egyptian temple, 100.
Now look, just say like this here. What if you go in there and they lead you somewhere down real deep up on the ground and you find a whole tribe down there? What if you go down there and find all the goddess and them down there? Man, that'd probably be the way to hell right there. And this where the Valley of the Kings is. I'm trying to find where I was at that time, bro. I was trying to find cause these folk carved in the mountains, bro. It's another picture I want to show y'all that they is in a cave. Now look, this one thing, when I read the Bible, you know how like when they were talking about, you know how Lot was in the cave, you know, they went in the cave to escape from the city and stuff. And you know how they mention about cavemen. The cave ain't what you really think it is, like a hole in the mountain, and that's all it is. No, bro, it's fully decorated. I mean, like, it's like an apartment building, bro. And I was looking at it, and I'm like, okay, if you got these people actually living out here, I mean, if you really living out here, what do they do all day long besides worship? It ain't like they going down the street to go to nightclubs and go somewhere and go get something to eat. Cause you know what I'm saying? Everybody at this time is farmers themselves. This when everybody used to grow their own food. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Back in the day, that what your grandparents did, man, all your meat came from the woods. All your vegetables came from the garden. You just went to the store for common things like flour. You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that you gotta, that you ain't got access to. That's the only thing you'll be going to the store for, just like give flour, little miscellaneous stuff. You want to go in there buying your meat and You wasn't going to store where your food was already cooked and you got to pay for this and all of this. And back in those days, people were actually living longer. And no blood pressure, cancer, all of this stuff. But when they started tampering with their food, boy, cancer just got out of control. And you know what I'm saying? Diseases got out of control. They hitting the disease with the animal. Then you eating the animal that's full of disease. And then you got the disease called the swine flu and the bird flu, the chicken pox. All of these diseases become named after these animals they done spearing with. You know what I'm saying? I ain't even gonna lie. Man, I don't even think kids get chicken pox no more. You know what I'm saying? I don't even think kids get chicken pox no more because I don't even heard nothing about chicken pox. I remember when I had chicken pox. But
133. Although the goods given as offerings could vary according to which deity received them. 134. Wine and beer were common offerings in all temples, but especially in rituals in Hathor's honor. 135. And she and the goddesses related to her often received sistra and manat necklaces. 134. In late and Ptolemaic times, they were also offered a pair of mirrors, representing the sun and the moon. 136. Festivals, edit. Many of Hathor's annual festivals were celebrated with drinking and dancing that served a ritual purpose. Revelers at these festivals may have aimed to reach a state of religious ecstasy, which was otherwise rare or non-existent in ancient Egyptian religion. Graves Brown suggests that celebrants in Hathor's festivals aim to reach an altered state of consciousness to allow them interact with the divine realm. 137. An example is the Festival of Drunkenness, commemorating the return of the Eye of Ra, which was celebrated on the 20th day of the month of Thoth at temples to Hathor and to other eye goddesses. It was celebrated as early as the Middle Kingdom, but it is best known from Ptolemaic and Roman times. 137. The dancing, eating and drinking that took place during the Festival of Drunkenness represented the opposite of the sorrow, hunger, and thirst that the Egyptians associated with death. Whereas the rampages of the Eye of Ra brought death to humans, the Festival of Drunkenness celebrated life, abundance, and joy. 138.
man, that's
In a local
somebody
Theban
tied
festival
up.
known as the Beautiful Festival of the Valley, which began to be celebrated in the Middle Kingdom, the cult image of Ammonius from the Temple of Karnak visited the temples in the Theban necropolis while members of the community went to the tombs of their deceased relatives to drink, eat, and celebrate. 139. Hathor was not involved in this festival until the early New Kingdom. 140. After which Ammonius' overnight stay in the temples at Deir el-Bahari came to be seen as his sexual union with her. 141. Several temples in Ptolemaic times, including that of Dendra, observed the Egyptian New Year with a series of ceremonies in which images of the temple deity were supposed to be revitalized by contact with the sun god. On the days leading up to the New Year, Dendra's statue of Hathor was taken to the Wabit, a specialized room in the temple, and placed under a ceiling decorated with images of the sky and sun. On the first day of the New Year, the first day of the month of Thoth, the Hathor image was carried up to the roof to be bathed in genuine sunlight. 142. The best documented festival focused on Hathor is another Ptolemaic celebration, the Festival of the Beautiful Reunion. It took place over 14 days in the month of Epiphi. 143. 144. Hathor's cult image from Dendra was carried by boat to several temple sites to visit the gods of those temples. The end point of the journey was the temple of Horus at Edfu, where the Hathor statue from Dendra met that of Horus of Edfu and the two were placed together. 145. On one day of the festival, these images were carried out to a shrine where primordial deities such as the sun god and the Ennead were said to be buried. The texts say the divine couple performed offering rites for these entombed gods. 146. Many Egyptologists regard this festival as a ritual marriage between Horus and Hathor, although Martin Stadler challenges this view, arguing that it instead represented the rejuvenation of the buried creator gods. 147. C. J. Bleecker thought the beautiful reunion was another celebration of the return of the distant goddess, citing allusions in the temple's festival texts to the myth of the solar eye. 148. Barbara Richter argues that the festival represented all three things at once. She points out that the birth of Horus and Hathor's son Eye was celebrated at Dendera 9 months after the festival of the beautiful reunion, implying that Hathor's visit to Horus represented Eye's conception. 149. The third month of the Egyptian calendar, Hathor or Athor, was named for the goddess. Festivities in her honor took place throughout the month, although they are not recorded in the texts from Dendera. 150. Worship outside Egypt, edit. Remains of the Hathor shrine in the Timna Valley. Egyptian kings as early as the Old Kingdom donated goods to the temple of Baalat Jebel in Byblos, using the syncretism of Baalat with Hathor to cement their close trading relationship with Byblos. 151. A temple to Hathor as Lady of Byblos was built during the reign of Thutmose III, although it may simply have been a shrine within the temple of Baalat. 152. After the breakdown of the New Kingdom, Hathor's prominence in Byblos diminished along with Egypt's trade links to the city. A few artifacts from the early 1st millennium BC suggest that the Egyptians began equating Baalat with Isis at that time. 153. A myth about Isis's presence in Byblos, related by the Greek author Plutarch in his work on Isis and Osiris in the 2nd century AD, suggests that by his time Isis had entirely supplanted Hathor in the city. 154. A pendant found in a Mycenaean tomb at Pylos, from the 16th century BC, bears Hathor's face. Its presence in the tomb suggests the Mycenaeans may have known that the Egyptians connected Hathor with the afterlife. 155. Egyptians in the Sinai Peninsula built a few temples in the region. The largest was a complex dedicated primarily to Hathor as patroness of mining at Serabit el-Khatham, on the west side of the peninsula. 156. It was occupied from the middle of the Middle Kingdom to near the end of the New. 157. The Timna Valley, on the fringes of the Egyptian Empire on the east side of the peninsula, was the site of seasonal mining expeditions during the New Kingdom. It included a shrine to Hathor that was probably deserted during the off-season. The local Midianites, whom the Egyptians used as part of the mining workforce, may have given offerings to Hathor as their overseers did. After the Egyptians abandoned the site in the 20th dynasty, however, the Midianites converted the shrine to a tent shrine devoted to their own deities. 158. In contrast, the Nubians in the south fully incorporated Hathor into their religion. During the New Kingdom, when most of Nubia was under Egyptian control, pharaohs dedicated several temples in Nubia to Hathor, such as those at Phares and Mergissa. 79. Amenhotep III and Ramesses II both built temples in Nubia that celebrated their respective queens as manifestations of female deities, including Hathor, Amenhotep's wife Tai at Sedinga, 159, and Ramesses's wife Nefertari at the small temple of Abu Simbel, 160, the independent kingdom of Kush, which emerged in Nubia after the collapse of the New Kingdom, based its beliefs about Kushite kings on the royal ideology of Egypt. Therefore, Hathor, Isis, Mut, and Nut were all seen as the mythological mother of each Kushite king and equated with his female relatives, such as the Kandake, the Kushite queen or queen mother, who had prominent roles in Kushite religion. 161. At Jebel Barkal, a site sacred to Ammonius, the Kushite king Taharka built a pair of temples, one dedicated to Hathor and one to Mut as consorts of Ammonius, replacing New Kingdom Egyptian temples that may have been dedicated to these same goddesses. 162. But Isis was the most prominent of the Egyptian goddesses worshipped in Nubia, and her status there increased over time. Thus, in the Meroitic period of Nubian history, c. 300 BC, AD 400, Hathor appeared in temples mainly as a companion to Isis. 163. Popular worship, edit. Ptolemaic plaque of a woman giving birth assisted by two figures of Hathor, 4th to 1st century BC. In addition to formal and public rituals at temples, Egyptians privately worshipped deities for personal reasons, including at their homes. Birth was hazardous for both mother and child in ancient Egypt, yet children were much desired. Thus fertility and safe childbirth are among the most prominent concerns in popular religion, and fertility deities such as Hathor and Thoth were commonly worshipped in household shrines. Egyptian women squatted on bricks while giving birth, and the only known surviving birth brick from ancient Egypt is decorated with an image of a woman holding her child flanked by images of Hathor. 164. In Roman times, terracotta figurines, sometimes found in a domestic context, depicted a woman with an elaborate headdress exposing her genitals, as Hathor did to cheer up Ra. 165. The meaning of these figurines is not known. 166. But they are often thought to represent Hathor or Isis combined with Aphrodite, making a gesture that represented fertility or protection against evil. 165. Hathor was one of a handful of deities, including Ammonius, Ptah, and Thoth, who were commonly prayed to for help with personal problems.
But I ain't even gonna lie. And some of these paintings and stuff, you could tell, man, these ladies was fine as fuck, bro. You could tell these women was gorgeous. It just when they put all that other stuff on, it just throws you off. But these women is clearly different from all other women. Cause these ladies ain't tripping about nobody man. You know what I'm saying? They ain't tripping about nobody man and nobody trying to take they man. You know what I'm saying? It's like sex is a part of religions. You know, it's like it's a part of religion. And look, some women don't even need to wear no makeup. Man, it's a whole lot of women I be seeing, bro. They be having makeup on. I'm like, you don't even need to wear no makeup. Then you don't even need to even put that little weave in your hair. You fine as you is. You know what I'm saying? Cause some women put makeup on and look fucked up. Look like Dracula now. And then I done seen some of the body structure, man, these women be having, bro. And I'm like, man, look, when they made woman, they did the right goddamn thing. Cause I'm like, man, I done seen some beautiful goddamn women in my lifetime, bro. And I swear, it's like they know what's going on with the afterlife. Okay, let me see what's really going on. If this the case, are these people dead? Are they still living and went back to the earth? Because these people actually died. And you know what I'm saying? If they really actually died, that just showed me they ain't got no powers like what you think they got. You know what I'm saying? Cause how you gonna greet somebody in the afterlife if you dead? See what I'm talking about? It won't even make sense. But man, how long I been on this jump? I've been on this jump for a minute. Man, then that view, man, that's how it look in the sky. Oh yeah, that's real nice. I'd be so scared though. Man, you can see the road. They even carved through the mountains, bruh. Come on, man. You can't mean to tell me these folks didn't have no kind of cars. You know what I'm saying? Or wagons or something. They just weren't just when using animals. They just weren't walking. Man, they weren't walking, bro. Them folk had some kind of cart. On them out. ain't nothing wrong with a little makeup on, you know what I'm saying? You know, ain't nothing wrong, you know what I'm saying? Why a woman can't just like do what a man do? Cause you know a man ain't got no makeup. He come out the door out the house as he is. You know what I'm saying? The fresh haircut, we good. See, y'all women gotta put hair in, eyelashes in, lip gloss. Look how much time you got to put on this stuff. Just to put that stuff on just for me to snatch it out your head. But that's all I'm finna do, cause I'm finna be a hair pulling motherfucker, you know what I mean? Yeah, I'm finna smear all your makeup. You finna put in all that hard work, and all this finna go down the drain in about 10 minutes. Hi y'all, what's up, y'all? Yeah, gang, I just wanted to just hang out with y'all, you know what I'm talking about? Cause man, I ain't even gonna lie, I just learned a whole lot just in that little space with this little Bible and this religion thing. You know what I'm saying? And these folk had me worshiping clearly look like human beings to me. Yeah, buddy. But yeah, gang, I'ma go live same time tomorrow, you know what I'm saying? And I'm still, you know, I'm doing my little thing behind the scene with the Kenneka Jenkins cake, because I know a lot of y'all be want to talk about that stuff too, you know what I'm saying? So yeah, we gonna get back on topic on that, you know what I'm saying? And I gotta stay on topic on this and this Masonic stuff, cause this ain't even half of the stuff that I want to show y'all. I got so many stuff that's pulled up with the Egyptian goddess, you know what I'm saying? I mean, it's way deeper than what we was taught. No, I guess she symbolized the ostrich. Well, I don't even know why they portraying themselves after the animals like. So what's this? She got to do something about the law? There's a little surviving literature that describes the practice of ancient Egypt laws. Ah, she was oh, for real? Oh yeah, this the one I should have been showing y'all. Hold on, y'all. Hmm. So she enforced laws. Oh, she ain't nothing to play with then. So she be teaching. Oh yeah, I got to. I ain't even showing y'all none of this stuff. Oh man, I just got a blank screen. So they got a little booty on her too. You know what I'm saying? She got to be slim and petite with some big ass foots. Oh, I already got her. I ain't even know it was these gonna be many female rulers. Oh, she depicted in leopard skin. That's wonder why some of y'all like to be wearing no leopard tights. Cause man, it just some about man, them girl be having no leopard printed tights. Like, ooh, girl, you just don't know your ass about to get bust on. You know what I'm talking about? No wonder what, cause this got to be in y'all gene. Cause if they depicting themselves like this, that's probably why they make y'all clothes like that. Cause they even got some of y'all wearing zebra stripes, and some of this zebra be looking good on y'all ass too. Tiger stripes. Oh shit, bitch. You know what I'm saying? All right now. I don't know if I could be living back in those days, cause you know what I'm talking about. If you mean to tell me my God, my female goddess could, and I can walk up to her and you know what I'm saying, she be like, "What's wrong? Something must be wrong. Are you a virgin?" Yes. Well, you ain't no more. Like what? You know what I'm talking about, bruh. And just imagine on a church day, and look how long that line gonna be. You know what I'm talking about? You mean to tell me, man, that line gonna be long as hell? And I'm being the first. Look, I'm be the first one in line. Like, yeah, I got a whole lot about what's going on with this. Man, what's wrong with it? That mother don't move. He don't do nothing. You know, I don't know what's wrong. I'm trying to see what you know. Well, come on in the back, Tregang. Let me give you the mouth of life. All right. I'm out. Man, got Tregang toes curling like a mother bugger. Then look, toes curling, come out that joint. Man, I'm going back in the line. I'm in the back. Tregang, you already got your blessing. I don't feel it yet. Like, you know, I still think this demon's trapped in me. Really that kush. There's gonna be a lot of wives in the it's gonna be a lot of wives in church gonna be mad as hell. Here I go with the real breath of life, but he keep running to goddamn pal goddess Shay Shay. You know what I'm talking about? You got Shay Shay the goddess. You man, that's gonna be the worst thing, bro. Is Shay Shay your pastor? And she finna and she gonna be on your look. She gonna look. You know, come in there and talking about y'all relationship all fucked up, cause she finna smash your dude. You know they gotta do them praises, then look, and then in those churches they was giving away wine in those churches. Come to think about it, in those churches there was a part of the ceremony. Everybody get a cup of wine. So yeah, I probably wouldn't even miss church. You got alcohol, kush. They were doing all that in their services. But when we do it, we look dumb. We look fucked up in the head if we do it. Come to church drunk. I used to feel bad, you know what I'm saying, when I used to go to church high, you know what I'm talking about. Smoke me a little blunt or two, you know what I'm saying, fall up in that jump, be feeling guilty as hell. Feeling good, but feeling guilty at the same time. Like, damn, I shouldn't have smoked. Then you got the pastor in there reminding you, you know what I'm talking about? Yeah, you know, you don't supposed to be drinking the devil's juice. Man, I had a cup full of it, you know what I'm talking about? And still got some in the car. Yeah, she giving away that holy mouth. That's probably what they call in that payal stick the tree of life, because that's what the real tree of life is. You know what I'm saying? And they ain't nothing but some freaks. I'm talking about why she giving away who she run to, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, come and hit some of this royal pussy. This thing, you know, that's what I'm finna do. I'm finna see, can I get me some royal pussy? You know what I mean? Never had that before. But if these people from another planet, bruh, if they from another planet and they have human, let me ask y'all this. And I know what the answer gonna be. If if you if you were living back in those days amongst that people and you see the men's they was walking with, I bet y'all would give them the men some of those booty, them spirit men. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, we'll be seeing Hecka Tot knocking at the door. Yeah, we'll be seeing Buddha, everybody. You know, I'll be like, damn, Buddha over at Shay Shay house. Shay Shay finna bless him. You know what I'm saying? He must commit a sin. He over there confessing. I can just imagine when she give you that breath of life, you know what I'm talking about. All right. I say I want you to wake up in the name of the Lord. Oh yes. Smacking on you like a motherfucker. Yeah, man. Just imagine that you got all these priests and these kings going to Goddess Shay Shay house. Cause I'm be like, man, look, if they throwing the mean, I could just imagine when they throwing the mean in that motherfucker. I can see the Pope busting up in the goddamn in the Goddess Shay Shay office. I been a bad boy. He's like, what you done did now? You know what I'm talking about? Man, I'm around here. I got my eyes. I'm seeing it with my eyes. Well, let me get your mind off of it and give you this breath of life. Cause you know that's her remedy. She know what I'm saying? That give you that breath of life. She probably wasn't even gonna let you hit. Probably just gonna give you the breath of life. Then you be trying to smash. You be like, no. But you know what? I believe y'all women, y'all will fuck and Lionel, the Anunnakis and shit. You know what I'm saying? Y'all will be going. Pastor Tregang trying to give y'all the tea and shit. Be like, look, y'all over there with them demons. And this thing, you know, y'all over there with the demons. This thing, you know, I'm like, where y'all been? Let me find out you coming out the temple and shit. You know? I bet that church gonna be packed like a motherfucker. If church was like that, man, that parking lot would be packed. I don't think nobody will be at home on a Sunday. Everybody gonna be at church. I mean, that service gonna have to be long. That service gonna have to be for the whole day, bro. Cause you got to look at some of them old ass women. They gonna be in the line. You know, they ain't been tampered with in years. And then you got Pastor Benedict, Pope Benedict. You know what I'm talking about? I don't know why his last name Benedict. You know what I'm talking about? But let's just say somebody gave him that name Benedict. You know what I'm talking about? But that's probably what he was in there doing, bending them four dicks up. You know they some haters too. Cause you know I had the Pope one time and he gonna try to tell me like, yeah, you know what? You know it's against the law to be fucking Tregang. I'm like, what you mean? You know what I'm talking about? And he was like, man, if you keep that up, you know what I'm talking about? We gonna have to sacrifice and cut your shit off, man. Look, get your ass blowed off. So they gonna try to give me a book and be like, yeah, you need to bend that John and wrap it up and so you won't be able to use it. No. That's the Pope last name, Pope Benedict. I ain't lying about that now. Go look up Pope Benedict. Matter of fact, hold on. I'm finna pull it up now. Hold on, watch this, gang. Pope Benedict. Well, watch this. You think I'm lying? Pope Benedict. See that? You know, they just spell it in Greek words. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to spell it in our version. Pope Benedict the First. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, Pope Benedict was the son of a man named Boniface. Hell no. Hell, hell no. Wait a minute, bro. Did I just read that right? Wait a minute. I was trying to be funny, but I ain't suspect that. You mean to tell me Pope Benedict was the son of a named Boniface? Man, this is the gayest. Oh shit, Tregang, I ain't even try to pull this up, but this here, man, you learn something new every day. All right. Pope Benedict was the son of a man named Boniface, and he was called Benuculus, whatever his name, by the Greeks. You know what I'm talking about? See, why they don't even. The Limbars, man, I'm scared to read. Very little known about Pope Benedict. During the time as his pope, he issued the estimate called, oh, he gay. You know what I'm talking about? Now look, he ain't even married or nothing. There you go. Pope Benedict. See, they got the trap chain on, you know what I'm saying? Fresh as hell, bro. And that probably be Methuselah suits. Cause you know what I'm saying, back in the old days, bro, man, where they wardrobes at? Cause man, them folk probably got that shit on right now. But yeah, let me get off before I have a bad look on her. But yeah, gang, I'm gonna get on up out this junk, y'all. I just wanna hang out and show y'all what I found out about the gods in the Bible. And I'm gonna put a video together on that, you know what I'm talking about? I'm gonna put a video on that. Yeah, I'm done too, goddamn. He is suspect. He got caught with little boys. And you know what I'm saying? Man, you know, that's the and then they had one pope resign because he messed with those little boys. It's like the pope ain't even interested in women. They don't even squeeze a woman booty. That's why I never go to a pope temple or a church. Nah, I'm straight because I already know what they up to. Man, that man got that robe on, but it's nothing up under that robe but him. I'm talking about no draws or nothing, just free balling, preaching the word of God. You know what I'm saying? And then you know they gonna know all about those sex rituals, so you know they gonna be performing those sex rituals in those churches. But yeah, gang, I'm gonna get on up about this, John. Man, I appreciate the love and the support too, y'all. You know what I'm saying? Appreciate the new people too subscribing. Appreciate the Payal gang too. You know what I'm saying? They're still hanging around, you know, keeping me entertained and stuff, checking up on me, you know, every now and then. And appreciate the Cash App gang too, y'all. But yeah, gang, I'm gonna be back tomorrow, same time, different day. And we just gonna hang out. I might just act a fool tomorrow. I don't know, cause you know what I'm saying? Cause I just wanna take a break from the Kenneka Jenkins case and get my mind fresh. You know what I'm saying? And cause I believe that Freemasonry got something to do with the Kenneka Jenkins. Cause the things that I wanna show y'all, we got to learn the Freemasonry. You got to learn the ritual. You know what I'm saying? Because I done read some of the rituals. Like, do y'all know anything about the water ritual? I bet y'all right now don't know nothing about the water ritual. It's a ritual called the water ritual that is dealing with water. It's okay. It's like you put somebody in a bottle of water, but they'll be like in a casket or something. You know what I'm saying? It's a ritual dealing with pool. Just like for a prime example, that's a ritual about getting baptized. You in a bottle of water and get dipped to the cleansing of your blood. You know what I'm saying? So I always wanted to know this about baptism. Now, from my understanding, baptism for you to be, you know what I'm saying, reborn again. Reborn again. Meaning that, you know what I'm saying, you wash away all your sins. But, and then I start thinking, and if you do that, how clean would you be? Because soon you leave the church, you still finna commit the same sins, you know what I'm saying, that you been committing. And so what's the worst for even getting baptized? It's something man came up with. That's something that the religious enforced it on us. Check this out, right? Them people forced it, the religions, on us. They forced it. They said, if you don't pray to our God, we're going to kill you and we're going to burn you to death. So some people were scared to just start worshiping. You know what I'm saying? And then they had other gods they was worshiping. And then you had the other gods like, no, I'm the only God on this earth. And you got this other God, because, you know, they all family, right? They all family. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, they having a family dispute. You know what I'm saying? But all that stuff these pastors told me, man, I'm finna hit them hard with this one now. Cause man, I know the Bible just like the preacher do. And now I'm finna light them up now. Cause in the Bible, it don't give you the names, you know what I'm saying, of the ancient gods that claiming to be God. They just call them pharaohs. You know, the king of this area, the king of that area. They never mention these kings by name. So somebody was smart enough to not mention some of these kings by name. And they left a whole lot of female goddess out of this. Why they didn't teach their history? Why is they hiding the fact that we came from an alien, from angels? That's what it looked like to me. It looked like that Satan came down here. God created the humans, the animals and stuff. So what Satan did was start cloning. Them your humans, I'm finna clone my humans. Finna clone my animals. You know what I'm saying? That's why that's probably why, you know what I'm saying, he symbolized as the you know what I'm saying, as the goat, as the ram. And he dealing with unclean animals. Look at all the animals that he addressed like, and we eat them. Man, come on, man. We eat scavengers of the earth. A pig eat garbage. A pig was here to clean the earth, destroy the garbage. That's why he eat it. And we turn around, we eating the pig. Man, we might as well just go out in the street, eat roadkill. We might as well just put a vulture on our plate. Matter of fact, we might as well just go outside on an animal, kill it, but let him stay dead for a couple of days and then eat it. Cause a pig will eat meat with maggots in it. And then this what made me think it's still life in the body, because if you leave a piece of meat out in the sun, eventually the meat gonna turn into maggots. How do that happen? How can a meat turn into maggots? 1,000 of them, and then they turn into flies. If you look, if you just say if you get you some fruit and cut the fruit open, cut it up how the way you gonna eat it or whatever, but just put it up somewhere and just let it sit till it gets spoiled. Man, you can breed fruit flies. Even a wet towel. If you leaving a wet towel, just say like if you leave a wet towel somewhere, and you know what I'm saying, it one no towel it's somewhere that's moist and it stay wet. Man, that motherfucker would, goddamn it, that general turn into fruit flies, goddamn it. Butter. Man, them folk better be glad I ain't living back in those days, cause shit, if that case what they got going on, I need to be the Pope around this John. I'm finna build my own temple. You know what I'm saying? I'm finna build my own religion. You know what I'm talking about? And I got some rules and regulations. You know what I'm talking about? And I'm gonna give you the commandment. Yup, you know what I'm saying? So I'm finna go and set up my cult. Since they got this shit going, I might as well just get me one started. But yeah, bye y'all. Man, I'm on up out there, John Gang. Tregang love y'all, man. Y'all be cool and y'all be safe. And I'm out.